You. California dreaming about you.
Hello. I'm gonna do a song. Oops, I meant. No, good morning, well, that was good. Before I forget. Toy Soldiers by Enya. No, it wasn't Enya, was it? Toy Soldiers. Left, right, left. Eminem did like Toy Soldiers. I need the karaoke version now. That's a YouTube. Matika. Hello, Pixie. Good to see you. And Erica. Hello. Fuck off. I know I'm live. No. I keep getting. Heart to heart. Left, right, left. We all fall down. Like toy soldiers. It wasn't my intention to mislead you. Never should have been this way. What can I say? It's true I did extend the invitation. I don't know, of course. Never knew how long to stay. When you hear temptation call, it's your heart that takes the fall. Step by step, be with me. Step by step, heart to heart, left, right, left. We all fall down like toy soldiers. Inch by inch, torn apart. We never will, but the battle wages on. Toy soldiers. It's getting hard to wake up in the morning. My head is spinning constantly. How can it be? How could I be so fine with this addiction? If I don't stop, then it's gonna be me. Only emptiness remains. Every place is all the pain. Step by step, you play with me. Step by step, heart to heart, left, right, left. We all fall down like toy soldiers. Inch by inch, torn apart. We never win, but the battle wages on. Toy soldiers. Morning, sense of me. Only emptiness remains. Every place is all the pain. Won't you come out and play with me? Step by step, heart to heart, left, right, left, we all fall down like toy soldiers. Inch by inch, torn apart, never win, better waiting on. Like toy soldiers. Step by step, heart to heart, left, right, left, we all fall down like toy soldiers. Inch by inch, torn apart, never win, but the battle rages on. Like toy soldiers. Great song. I've still not found out what link, what email account this Makita. Sorry, so no. I've still not found out what Pixie join. Pixie. Sorry. Yeah. Join if you can. I mean. Link is in the. I'll put the link. I've still not got access to my account, so I gotta keep putting the link in the side chat. Left, right, left, heart to heart. I'm gonna go all gushy now. Pixie, thank you for speaking to me. Pixie has been great to me, and I just want to thank you for. God damn it, Pixie, you don't have to join now.
Well, he
Hello.
said to join.
I know.
Hey, you don't have access to Discord right now, do you?
No. Oh, I do. No, I can join Discord. I'm on Discord. I've just closed it. Won't you come out and play with me, step by step?
I'm thinking of starting one, but I'd have to delete everything. Well, I have one, but I've never told anybody about it. But I would have to delete everything in there before I invited anyone.
Right, I can give you the address to my server, and then you can join that, and then I can add you as a friend. How's that sound?
Mine just has a bunch of my writing and a bunch of quotes I like. That's about it.
Invite people, copy, invite the freak. He's been trying to get. What's a toy soldier? You fucking idiot. not I mean, what's a toy soldier? It's a soldier that's a toy, a little man, little metal man. What's a toy soldier? Fuck me. That is my Discord. If anyone wants to join that, and Pixie, if you join that, then I'll be able to say add you as friend. That's the only Discord that can. What's a toy soldier, for fuck's sake? Jill, you can't be that stupid. A toy soldier is a soldier that's a toy. Did you see my apologies to Smokey saying this morning, Pixie? She might be AFK. Won't you come out and play with me, step by step, heart to heart, left, right, left, we all fall down. What's a toy soldier? For fuck's sake. Jill, you make my head hurt. You really do. Left, right, left, torn apart. Oh, pop up. Oh, Jesus, John. Wait. I have to remember a Discord book now. This could be difficult. Oh, sorry. Sorry, I was in a different tab. God damn it, Pixie.
You're fine. My audio was messing up. Like,
All right.
I went to go to your Discord and my phone decided, well, you're not going to work more than one
See,
tab at a time.
don't use Android.
No, I like my Android. Fuck Apple.
Fair enough.
Apple doesn't like you to add expendable storage. They want you to put everything on the fucking cloud, and they have one button for everything, and if you accidentally press it wrong, it does the wrong thing, and I don't like it. I don't like it.
See, I've got loads of people on Android, but I've made accounts that many times that I don't want them to get pissed off at me for keep adding me as a friend when fuck it. Pixie, you there?
I'm here.
No, I mean you there on Discord.
Well, I was a second ago, but I had to leave and come back in through StreamYard because it was, I don't know if that was messing with my audio or it was just my, every now and then everybody, I think it's my the cord on my headset. I have a Bluetooth headset, but when it dies and I don't want to charge it, I can just hard connect it. And I think there's something wrong with that cord because when I hard connect, every now and then everything starts roboting and I just have to wait it out or leave and come back. Because it'll stop at some point.
I've just sent you a friend message request thing, but deal with it later.
Didn't I accept it? I thought I accepted it. Hold on.
I think you joined my group, my server.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Let me go to Discord.
Won't you come out and play with me, step by step, heart to heart, left, right, left. We all fall down like toy soldiers. What's a toy soldier? Fucking. A toy soldier is a soldier that's a toy. Yeah, you should have known that. Yeah. Morning, Erica. Good to see you. Join if you can. Left, right, left, out to out. We all fall down like toy soldiers.
Usually I'll Discord on my other computer, but I can't right now because I'm signed into the work network, which is why I was having to do it on my phone.
It's okay. I've got you now. Pixie, what? I don't. Thanks for talking to me, by the way. And why are you so easy to talk to? And other people aren't.
Perhaps you are easy to talk to, right? I don't think everybody finds me easy to talk to. There are people who find me incredibly infuriating.
No, you really good. Well, let's PP. Welcome. Hello. Oh, that's not nice. So, what's happening, Pixie?
Just work. You told me to come up here, so I came up here. What are you up to today?
I've just been in a Google Meet chat with for anxiety. I don't really have anxiety anymore. I feel like a fraud for going to the meetings when I don't really have it anymore. But shit. It is kind of I do need anxiety to get my bills paid. So it's difficult. I don't really have anxiety, but I need to have anxiety or else I won't get my money.
I don't know. I don't know how any of that works. I just know. Let's see. What am I doing today? Today is Wednesday. So Super Munchkin's got rehearsal till like 8:30. So I'll probably work until like 6:30, and then I'll take a late lunch, and then run her some food and stuff. I don't know. And then I'll probably still work till about 9 or 10 tonight.
You,
And then I'll do some writing and stuff.
you work too much.
I've told you it's this project. I was working 40 hours a week. That was it. And then this project got dropped in my lap. And I'm not doing 15-hour days anymore. I'm down to 13-hour days. So there's that.
That's better.
But when I get my final metrics in, then it should lessen even more. Right? And then once I get that back down to 40 hours a week, I'll probably maintain that for about 3 months, and then I'll get a new project and we'll start all over. Depending on how big the project is how long it takes to get back to normal. So I don't know.
See what I've done this morning. I've been asleep and then I slept and then I slept some more and just catching up with things on YouTube. Oh no! I spoke to Smokey Set this morning, and then I went to sleep, and then I slept some more. It's really easy to be disabled in the UK. I can just sleep all day, get paid money, but that will affect my money.
I don't know. I work a lot, but I actually kind of enjoy my work most of the time. Sometimes it's a little tedious or boring, but most of the time I actually enjoy my work, especially the interacting with other people part.
That's good.
So good. I don't have anything against it. And plus, my work is really flexible. Like I work all these hours, right? But I could call the person above me and be like, "Hey, something came up, and I need the next like week off," and she'd be like, "Okay, I've got you down."
Yeah.
Yeah, and I get like a month and a half of paid vacation. Like I have a lot of perks to my job. I'm not just like.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, I like my job. It's fun.
I'm just lazy.
My husband works more than I do most of the time, but I'm outworking him lately. But he's a finance manager, so.
Caught in a trap, we can't hold up because I love you too much, baby. What's that song? Caught in a trap. While that's PP, I'm looking at you. Elvis Presley, Suspicious Minds. Sorry, Pixie. I'm gonna do a. I just covered the notes. I can hold out because I love you too much, baby. Why can't you see what you're doing to me? When you don't believe a word I say, yeah. We can't go on together with suspicious minds, and we can't build our dreams on suspicious lines. So if I know friend I know, just by to say hello, would I still see suspicion in your eyes? Here we go again, asking where I've been. You can't see this in my head. Yes, I'm crying. We can't go on together with suspicious minds. But honey, you know, I'd never lied to you. I'm caught in a trap. I can't walk out because I love you too much, baby. Why can't you see what you're doing to me? When you don't believe a word I say, and don't you know I'm caught in a trap? I can't walk out because I love you too much, baby. I'm caught in a trap. I can't walk out because I love you too much, baby. I'm caught in a trap. I can't walk out because I love you too much, baby. Sorry, Pixie. So Smokey saying apologise to you. That was great.
Did he? Well, that's kind of him. I have no hard feelings.
Yeah, I kind of like the guy.
I know you do, and I've never had a problem with that.
So did you not see that? We can try and find it if you want.
No, it's okay. What? I don't. I've said multiple times that I've never been to his channel. Like, why would I have seen that? I don't.
No,
I mean,
I'm
that's
going off
kind
the
of him.
thoughts.
Thank you. I'll
I'm kind of
I'll
going
be
off.
extra civil next time we cross paths.
If you don't have anxiety, why you say you need to have it? You fake it for money? No, kind of, yeah. Kind of now, yeah. I had anxiety, and then I didn't have it. But the way the social system works in the UK, I need to have. Yeah, I'm gonna get myself reported this way down. Caught in a trap, I can't look back because I love you too. No, because I still have depression and various substance problems. So,
I am fortunate to not have an atypical amount of anxiety or stress.
which is weird. No, I mean it's weird that you don't have with your amount of work. Mind you, if you like your work, I suppose that makes sense.
I don't like to be idle.
Yeah, idle. Yeah,
I have a lot of trouble with that. I don't like to
yeah,
sit still. Sometimes I actually make people uncomfortable because I have a sit down job, right? And so
yeah.
when I get off work, I don't want to sit down. Like, I will pace around the house for no reason. I'll go outside and swim or pace around the backyard for no reason. I will even when I go to like visit someone, like I'll be like, they're like, sit down, and I'm like, but I don't want to sit down. And then if I sit down, I get real fidgety and like I can't sit still. It drives people nuts. Like I will literally stand and eat just because I don't want to sit down anymore. Like I just it's terrible. I'm not good at idling.
That's good.
Unless I'm meditating, then it's about like even in like conferences, people laugh at me because I'm usually like swinging in my chair, or like I'm short enough that my feet don't quite touch the ground, so I'll be like swinging my legs and like I just don't stay still well.
That's good. Why can't you see? Yeah, so I uh I apologise to Smokey Saint. Did what is your position,
Good.
Peter? What is your position on insulting someone's God? Because they believe it's real. I think it's complete bullshit, but they think it's real. So is it too ignorant to insult their God? Because if they think it's real, it's not really fair, is it?
I wouldn't say it's ignorant. I would say it lacks compassion. Right?
Yeah,
Like you can have that banter among atheists, you know,
yeah, but
right?
they
Like how we perceive it,
yeah,
but to attack someone's personal God, like I think it's insulting on the level that you're assuming you understand the philosophy they have behind their deity, right?
yeah,
Like we can only speak to the philosophy we know, and that doesn't encompass everyone, right? People have varying beliefs about God. And so I think it's insulting that A, you assume their philosophy, and B, it just shows like a lack of compassion. Like I'm not a believer, but it is also not a want of mine to deconvert anyone. Like
yeah,
that's not
yeah,
in any desires I have.
yeah, yeah. I'm pretty much
So
the same.
I just want to keep it out of the government, you know?
Yeah,
That's all I need to happen.
yeah, yeah. So I kind of apologize for yeah. If you ever catch me, by the way, insulting someone's God, but I've no stick left. If I can't call,
Well, I can tell you, but you can
yeah,
also tell me to fuck off, you know? Like
no,
it,
won't
it
do that.
just
Yeah, it's just that I have no stick left. If I can't call God a thing, then
well, I don't necessarily see that part as insulting. It's the part that comes after that. The if you believe in him, then you're a motherfucker too.
that might be the thing. That's yeah,
Yeah, because then you're not only calling them names, but you're assuming that they interpret that God in the same manner as the way you speak of him.
that makes sense. Yeah, yeah. So hopefully I'm okay with Smoky Saint. I went for my. Can you believe the post office is only open from 8 till 10?
Why?
I don't know. 8 till 10. 8 till 9. Sorry.
Is
Nine.
that like an everyday thing or a today thing?
Yeah. No, every day.
That's weird.
Yeah. So if you missed any packages, you can only collect them from 8 till 9 in the morning.
That's very strange.
That's weird, isn't it? It should be 8 till 5 at least.
Yeah.
I bought a Walking Cade hoodie, and I can't pick it up because 8 till 9 is one of my resting hours.
There's a YouTuber, not in this community at all, but I want one of the shirts in his merchandise collection because I ran into it one day and I want it so much. It has like a little stick figure with a bear head, the head of a bear, and it says
Yeah.
Petty Bear.
That sounds good.
Yeah, and so I want it. I want the Petty Bear shirt. I think it's adorable. I also kind of want Emma Thorne, her Baphomet one.
Oh yeah, that's
Yeah.
yeah, the Sessinus god.
Yeah. Well, I know she's a Satanist, right? But I don't think she's a theistic Satanist. I think she's an atheistic Satanist, right?
Yeah.
So, but I'm not sure, so don't quote me. But her Baphomet shirt is cute.
Actually, I'm gonna phone him. Oh, that was a good time. This is quite weird. My mum gave me her phone, and she's still called Sexy. Cause me stepdad had this phone, and he gave me his old phone. So my
So
mum
go
still,
in and edit it.
yeah, I'll have to do that.
Nobody would ever know who they were calling on my phone unless you had the same friends as me, because if your name is in there, it's because I know you from like work or something, you know? Or you're like the parent of one of Super Munchkin's friends. Because everybody else is just in there with nicknames like Ducky and Bananas and QD and Monkey and Lady Luck, like like Vegas. So everybody has like my phone is just full of nicknames.
Right, let's phone the post office. 03457.
If you're a residential customer, press 1. If you're a business or registered charity, press 2. Now, if this is a reference number and you'd like to track an item, press 1. If you've missed a delivery and want it redelivered, press 2. To forward your mail to a different address. Thanks. Just so you know, we'll only email or text about a delivery if we're asked by the sender or if there's a customs fee to pay. We also leave a card, which could arrive a day or so after, with more information about what to do next and any fees due. The easiest way to check or report a message you've received is to go to www.royalmail.com/scam protection. If we left a card, we can arrange redelivery starting 2 days from today. To do that, press 1. For information about need your item quickly, collect it from the office detailed on the card we left you from the next working
Yeah, I
day.
would, but you only open
Be
for
sure to
one.
check royalmail.com/services near you for our latest opening hours, as they're subject to change as a result of COVID restrictions. If you have one item you'd like redelivered to your own address, please hold and we'll get that sorted. If it's more
Cool.
than one item, or you need it to go to a different address, you'll need to visit royalmail.com/redelivery. We'll aim to redeliver on the day selected. If we can't because of the continued effects of coronavirus on our people and ways of working, we'll get it to you as soon as possible. The earliest we can redeliver your item is Friday. To arrange a redelivery, please press 1. Or to end this call, OK. We need to know the date the card was left, telling you we have something for you.
I think
You'll
this,
find this date written on the card. If the card was left today, press 1. If the card was left before today, press 2. If the date OK. When was the card left? Using your keypad, please enter the date as a 6-digit number.
So it was left about before last year, 23rd of 12.
Sorry, I need you to enter the date
Fuck
as
off.
a 6-digit number. For example, for the 16th of February 2000.
23rd of 12, 20. What year is it?
Sorry, I need you to
Ah,
enter the
fuck.
date as a 6-digit.
23rd of 12, 22.
Okay, now I need to know a bit about your item. For Royal Mail
Sorry,
signed
mate.
for, press 1. For Royal Mail tracked, press 2. For special delivery guaranteed, please press 3. Or press OK. We can redeliver your item on the 25th of February 2022. If that's okay, press 1. Or thanks. To arrange redelivery, I need to know the address of where the item was delivered to, starting with
I
the
shall have to
postcode.
meet.
For example, BS14 2CF.
Sorry about that. I'm going to get my Will Kincaid hoodie. Caught in a trap. Can't hold on because I love you so much, baby. Yeah, so yeah, I'm gonna get my package redelivered. They said if it didn't get picked up in 2 weeks, which it hasn't, it'd be sent back to the sender. Return sender, address unknown. How much of a coincidence is that? Not much.
You're streaming early today, huh? I was gonna say, where is everyone? Then I looked at the time and I was like, oh, it's kind of early.
What time is it over there?
9:30.
9:30. See, it's 20 to 4 in the afternoon. I can put this gentleman. Why do Americans get to use their time when our time is correct? It's 24 in the afternoon here. It's not. It's not early.
Sorry, my audio's starting to clear up. I'll catch up in a minute. Oh, there we go.
We can go on together.
I was doing good to catch as much as I did for a while.
Why do Americans get to use their time? See, it's 9:30 in the morning, but it's 24 in the afternoon over here.
I don't know. You have the same amount of time as I do. It's just at a different time.
Yeah, it's just something like that, isn't it?
Although I do not I am not a morning person. I am not a morning person. If they let me work all night instead of coming in the morning, I would.
Yeah, they reckon that's the thing. People are either morning people or not morning people.
I am not a morning person.
Yeah.
Not the morning glory. I don't process well in the morning. I just want to be quiet and I don't want to talk and I just want coffee. That is it. To be fair, I'm really nauseous most of the time when I wake up. It's a battle to not be puking all morning. So I do not have a good time in the mornings.
Have you
I've learned to be more gracious though.
Have you ever got that checked out with doctors? Because that
Yeah.
sounds serious. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, they don't know. It's let's see, it's nothing's wrong with my hormones. My vitamin and protein levels are fine. I don't have Graves or Crohn's. I don't have celiac. They can't find any food allergies. They've tested my thyroid and my gallbladder. Nobody knows. They thought it was because I tested positive for H. pylori, which is a natural bacteria in your stomach, but if it's like too much of it, it's bad juju.
Yeah.
And so they put me on antibiotics to wipe out all of the H. pylori, and then I've tested negative ever since then, but still no difference. So I don't know. Me and food have a very complicated relationship.
So, have you been in any interesting streams or anything you want to talk about?
I've really just been working, and usually the streams I go to, you pop in on. So I don't I have
Yeah,
I have a small circle. My circle's not as big as everybody else's.
I think that was bad juju. I don't think that was a racial.
No, Juju.
Yeah,
Juju. Like
juju.
yeah, like a charm.
Yeah.
Like luck. It's bad luck. Bad juju.
No, not dirty. Bad juju. Not like that. No. I'm caught in a trap. I can't walk out because I love you too much, baby. So, what are you working on, Pixie? If you don't mind saying.
Like in my writing or at work, because I can't discuss work. I can't discuss the project.
Do the writing then.
In my writing?
Yeah.
Well, I hit a bit of writer's block on the novel, so I'm working on a short story at the moment.
Can you give us an outline of the short story?
Well, I'm trying to break through my writer's block, so it's not a keep short story. It's a throwaway short story.
Right.
And I'm taking one of the characters from the novel, and I'm just writing a piece of like, almost like character development, right? Just like a piece of something that's not going to go in the book, just to
Yeah.
flesh her character out more, give her more history, give her a new story so I can see how I want her to react in this situation I have coming up. But the
See,
story, an outline of the story, okay? Well, I'll just do an outline of the novel because then it's just, because it's like a breakaway piece of the novel, but it's not going to be in the novel.
right.
So there's a girl who's having these terrible, terrible nightmares, right? And they're horrible. I mean, like horrible, god awful nightmares. There's a little girl who's like always in these like visions, right? These horrible visions of terrible things happening. And the little girl's upset and she's always like trying to show her something. And then there's a guy who is always trying to kill her in various methods. Guns, ropes, knives, pillows, doesn't matter. He's always trying to kill her, right? And it's kind of her like battles with that. And you see her friend group and everything going on in her life, right? Well, these nightmares start becoming hallucinations. And she starts like breaking down, right? She's going to a psychiatrist, all that good stuff. Well, closer to the end of the book, you find out that they were never hallucinations and they were never dreams. This guy is trying to kill her. He is all out trying to kill her. The little girl is her. She's dead. She doesn't know she's dead. And it's this whole thing, I can't explain. So you see like there's like the little girl sees a psychiatrist too, and if you pay really close attention, you'll start to notice that the psychiatrist's dialogue doesn't change. Only the main character's responses versus the little girl's responses change, right?
Yeah.
And there's one very important question the psychiatrist asks the little girl, and it's they're having this conversation, and she's talking about her parents who had passed away, and the psychiatrist is trying to tell her they're in a better place, and she kind of scoffs at that, and she's like, I don't think they are, and they get into this conversation, and she pushes the girl, and the girl's like, if you don't believe in heaven or hell, or the psychiatrist is like, if you don't believe in heaven or hell, what do you believe in? And the girl says, I think it's what we create. And the psychiatrist says, if it's what we create, what are you afraid of? And she says, people create monsters and people create bad guys. So if you start putting this together, you start thinking he's the bad guy, right? Wrong.
Yeah.
The psychiatrist asks her, so what is it that you want? And she says, I don't want to exist. So if she realizes she's dead, her whole world collapses. You can't know that you're dead and continue living, right?
Yeah.
So her whole world will collapse if she realizes she's dead. If he can kill her, but you don't know any of this until the very end and it's too late. If he can kill her, she'll wake up in like another afterlife, right? She'll start all over with no puzzle pieces. And so basically you watch her like destroy her entire world. And yes, there's a lot of symbolism there, I know. And no, it's not religious despite the theme of an afterlife.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I have her being confronted with the situation.
I got a phone call and
Sorry,
things changed.
I don't know
I hit
what
the
this-
switch here and then all of a sudden got.
Oh no, you're fine. I'm having her presented with the situation and I don't quite know how I want her to respond, so I'm gonna have to do some breakaway work.
That sounds cool, though. So what is that? What is that gonna? Is that gonna end up as a book on Amazon?
No, it's gonna end up probably as a bound book on my shelf and nowhere else.
You know, you should publish that. That sounds great.
Why do I want to publish anything? I don't want to publish anything.
You should. You put all that work into it. You should.
Yeah, and I share it with my friends and with my kid. You know, that's actually how I started writing was when I was much younger. I loved to write. I was just really into it. And my brother was having a sleepover with his friends one day, and he asked me to tell them a scary story. And so I started a story, and it just kept going night after night after night. It just kept going. And he
Yeah.
told me to write it down for him, and so I did. And that's how I wrote my first story. So, like,
Oh, that's good.
yeah. So I don't know. It's just something I do for us and for me, and
I,
that's about it.
I want to copy now.
I don't know about that. I'll send you the intro to it though.
Yeah, yeah. Although I've still got to read. I'm not good at reading. I've still got to read Richard Madson's description of the Bible. Actually, I'm going to look up on Google Drive because I've closed that tab. You know, he's gone through the Bible and Google Drive. He's kind of made his own kind of transcription. Is it called?
Oh, transcript.
Yeah, yeah. His own not definition. His own.
Concordance?
Yeah, yeah. His own kind of interpretation of the Bible. And I've still got to. Richard, if you're watching, I've still got to do that. I've read the first bit. Yeah, I'm not good at reading. Shared with me. Sorry, I'm in a different tab.
Why does it show offline?
I'll find that. Actually, Richard, if you get in touch with me, if you are watching, that'd be good.
Well, this is upsetting. I am upset.
Why? What's up?
Because all of my programs are showing online except one, and it doesn't want to come online, and I don't want to restart everything. Finicky bullshit. Okay. Let's see. Maybe if I end it through Task Manager, it'll let me launch it. All right, fingers crossed. Aha, I do not have to restart. I feel better now.
So, what do you think about Richard's? I think I might have offended Richard. We got talking about street epistemology, and
Why would that offend him?
because I got quite pissy about it.
In what way? Is this must be something I was not here for?
Yeah, no, it was Magna Bosco and what's his name, Peter. And anyway, the people who were into street epistemology, and I got quite pissy about it. I was drunk at the time. Yeah, and I got quite pissy about it, and he's not been on since. I spoke to him in Bordeaux, but
I mean, if you want to stand there and preach, whatever, go for it. But you start like harassing people, then it's no longer epistemology. And
yeah,
that's where I get Gur.
yeah. Oh, Gerstreams is back, isn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was at the other day.
Yeah, it's so weird because I have been saying Gur since way before I knew Gur even existed,
Oh,
right? Like I have been saying it since childhood. I'd be like, "Are you Gur?" or "That made me Gur." Like I've been saying that since I was like a kid. And now,
So,
like, every time I say it, they're like, "Oh, Girl Streets," and I'm like, not where I was going with that, but yeah, he's cool too.
Yeah, you were pessimist. Yeah, you were epistemology. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I want to join one of his streams. He's pretty cool, isn't he?
Yes, he's one of my favorites. I
Yeah.
definitely have my favorites.
Yeah, he's good. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna.
Although thinking about it, I'm rather glad I don't live near any street epistemologists.
Why is
I
that?
wouldn't
Why could that
because I wouldn't want to because I like to walk. Super Munchkin likes to walk. Like she's 16 now, it's not a big deal. But
Yeah.
like if I was walking with my like little 5-year-old kid or 6-year-old kid and some guy was screaming about burning in hell, I'd be a little like, "Fuck you."
No, they're not like that. Have you ever seen Anthony Magnabosco's streams?
No.
No, honestly, they're not like that. They walk up to you quite politely. They ask you, "Do you want to talk about any of your?" And it's not just religion either. They talk about like anything you want to talk about.
Oh, see, that doesn't bother me.
Yeah, they actually ask you. They say, "Have you got
It
5
doesn't
minutes?"
bother me unless it's like the hellfire and brimstone guy on the street.
No.
Those are the people that bother me.
Yeah, they will bother me as well. No, it's not like that at all. He basically walks up to you and says, "Have you got 5 minutes for talking about any of your, I think, deeply held beliefs, they call it." And they just literally ask questions. It's the Socratic method, although Richard had a problem with me calling it that. But it is the Socratic method. They just ask questions about what you believe. They don't.
Well, then
Kind of-
that's like half the Socratic method, right?
Go on. What's
Well,
the
I
other half?
mean, well, I guess it is. Like, I would say the Socratic method, truly done, is objective, right? And so,
Yeah.
if you're biased in any, like, if you're, I don't know. I guess I would have to know intent to be able to truly call it the Socratic method, and I don't. So, but I see where you would look at it as the Socratic method because of like the
questioning.
well, not just the questioning, but like the format of it, right? Like the way they do it.
Yeah. Yeah.
The intent to tear an idea down and make you question it and build it up again.
Yeah. That is very much it. Welcome, Bojo and Bond, to the side chat. Thank you very much. Only we can. I'll put the link in the description. I still can't get access to my YouTube account, which this channel is on, so I have to keep putting the email link in the side chat.
Well, there's some people here who like to mix the two, Brojo, in this area. And I guess that's kind of where my mind goes, because that's what I've seen. Luckily, they're not like on every street corner and not places I frequent, because that would be frustrating. But they kind of mix it in this weird way.
Yeah, street epistemology. Yeah. And welcome, Bambi. Good to see you.
But like I said, I haven't seen their channels, so I'm trying to get off of Wild Heart what they do.
That poodle has to be tamed.
She's not a poodle.
Anthony Magnabosco. No, I know she's not a poodle.
A street epistemologist, is that like Kirk Cameron trying to put somebody under the law?
See, that's what I was thinking, but they said no, that's evangelism. and not epistemology.
Pseudo-evangelism.
It's just
right.
it's why you believe what you believe. Epistemology, I think. I'm just trying to find the link so we can share it so you can get a
Hellfire and brimstoners don't understand repentance. They don't understand.
Well, I shouldn't label them all that way. There are some very like evangelicals,
right.
kind of, and they like to mix their hellfire and brimstone with a little bit of happy and a
little grace.
and a little bit of epistemology, right? And they call themselves like epistemology, and so like yeah, they use it inaccurately, but that's still where my mind went.
Right. But this modern street epistemology, I think, might be anti-evangelism kind of a thing.
It's not. It's real. I've got a video, but they're all about half an hour long. If you want to interject at any time, just tell me to pause it.
Thank you. I've seen it.
It's just the latest video. I've not put one out in particular.
God.
Sorry. This is like a proper YouTube channel with videos and everything.
Oh, no.
Oh, see, I don't want to create atheists though. Creating atheists.
So you don't envy the faithful.
I don't envy the faithful or the faithless.
I see. That sounds good. Because a lot of the faithless do envy the faithful. Envy is the motivation of a lot of proselytizing.
Actually, I'll find the shorter one. The other one's at about 5 minutes. I'll find the shorter one.
Oh God, spare me, please,
What?
Jesus, spare me.
Why? 3 months ago. That was
bear karaoke better than this.
Oh, did you hear my toy soldiers?
You got a mean streak.
Toy soldiers, left, right, left, heart to heart, step by step. And Jill didn't know what a toy soldier was. That still hurts my head. Right, that's the shortest one.
I am starting to hear some of these Socratic methods repeated in my own household. Like,
Oh,
no,
Wild,
no,
he
we
probably
can't,
thought it was
part
a
of the conversation.
slang.
No, we can't necessarily say that's
Yeah.
true. We don't know
like a Karen or something.
if that's true or not. So how can we determine if that is
We.
real fact?
Collective knowledge.
So I'm hearing some of these things
Coming from other members.
My wife and kids, yeah.
Incredible.
Yeah.
That's a great mentality
So-
to permeate
Right.
the discussion.
Just baby steps.
Sure.
Baby steps.
Oh, dude. Oh, troubleshooting. What a great word. We have to. It'll break your heart when you watch the video that I released tonight. Well, it kind of broke my heart. At one point, they asked me, what's the best way to tell if something is true? How do we do it? And, how embarrassing as an American to see that. But we just don't. Do they do this in other countries? I hope that they do. I think that they do. But it doesn't seem like we teach critical thinking very well here, if at all.
Critical. It's critical.
Hey, what's up? How are you? Doing good?
Yeah.
Good.
Just reflecting.
What's that?
You're just reflecting on your last.
Somebody's yammering in my ear right now.
Oh, okay.
How have you been?
Good.
I almost didn't recognize you without your head on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes it goes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't stop and talk the other day. I was trying to get to an appointment. So yeah, I heard you were interviewing. Tuesday, I think.
Yes, I was.
Yeah.
I was talking to them.
Have you ever been to a gymnasium?
Welcome, Bojo. What this is not the best video.
Well, that didn't seem bad.
Montage. Yeah.
Good
morning.
That seemed rather friendly.
Yeah. No. Yes.
Oh, he is.
There we go. Yeah.
He only asks people for 5 minutes of their time. They can engage or not. Usually they go longer. Just using the Socratic method here. What do asking them
pure.
about strongly held beliefs.
Okay, so not like the pretend epistemologists I see occasionally over here in these neck of the woods.
No,
Yeah, we're all practicing.
You like deconversion, don't you, John?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, that's apparent.
I don't think there's anything wrong with deconversion. It's not my goal, but I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with it.
Well, however one is led to champion the truth, who am I to contest another's ministry? Who am I to contest?
Oh, sorry.
But your wannabe patron saint.
Yeah, so maybe I should continue with this video.
I've noticed how you've been promoting Ronan's heckling of Ironic, John. Yeah.
I'm promoting it?
Yes. Commiserating with it.
I have videos out saying Ronan just tackles Ironic. What do you mean I'm promoting it?
Well, commiserating, promoting, giggling.
I've got to admit,
That's me. I'm guilty.
Okay.
Yeah. The more I speak to Ronan, the more I like him.
Well, I was just saying I'm guilty of the sometimes giggling at Ironic.
Yeah. What's the matter, Tommy? Are you white knighting for your brother?
Probably.
What is your biggest objection?
It is weird how
I have no objection.
Okay. I have one.
Well, your objection is your own, and you're minding it.
Yeah.
You care to share it? Care to share it?
Well, I mean, there's a couple instances. I mean, I try to ask questions of you, and you seem to want to, I don't know,
Well,
sidestep them, or just leave the conversation.
If you wanted understanding, John, you'd beg for it. You'd petition for it. But if you just want to ask tricky inquisitional questions designed to frame guilt and crystallize your own understanding, you expect me to placate that out of gracious loyalty?
Perhaps you refuse to find an answer. Or perhaps it's hard for me to say I don't know.
Perhaps so,
I don't know,
in your
or I get
mind,
back to you?
perhaps so. But again, I say there's a reason I decline certain types of inquiries, because they're not true inquiries. And the second I catch a whiff that it is a true inquiry, then may I answer, may I give a hope, a reason for my hope. But if it's just a trick question, John, if it's just a trick question designed to codify your own understanding, do I do you any favors in playing that game?
Unless you give me something else to think about.
I don't think Bojo would ever. I don't think Bojo would ever ask. I think he's genuine.
You think his curiosity is genuine?
Yeah.
Okay, and sincere. Okay, and not duplicitous. Okay, cool. Well, okay. May I play? May I play?
I can't recall the questions right now.
Right. They'll come up again, I'm sure.
Right, so I need about 4 minutes to make some chips. Chris, to you people in the wrong side of the planet.
What did he say? You need 4 minutes to make chips?
Okay. No, they came back.
Really?
That's like what? 3 times now?
4 minutes to.
And that was the third time.
To create some chips.
It was interesting though. One of them seemed.
I need something
they
to
both
eat.
watched the videos of themselves in it. Sure. Was it that puts of a
Okay.
on it? Sure. And one of them seemed
off. Like he's
Okay.
he had to take some medicine, so maybe that was part of it.
Yeah.
He even said like, I'm just not really feeling this. I don't even want to do this right now.
Yeah.
Stood off to the side while I talked to his friend.
Right. Huh.
So.
Oh, I interrupted your phone call. Sorry.
Oh no. I'm
Okay.
broadcasting the Discord server.
Oh, okay. It was like he's avoiding being set up or something. Maybe that's why he didn't want to.
Exactly.
I've had a few talks where I started getting into some of these questioning techniques without, mistakenly letting them know kind of, hey, do you mind if I challenge some of these? I just dive into some of the questions without setting a level of confidence and the other stuff. And then I'm met with incredulity and a little defensiveness and like, these are odd questions seeing me, and I'm not really sure what you're driving at, but it feels manipulative.
I remember you relating that very same word.
Yeah.
Are they seeking?
I've had a few other
Are they
conversations
seeking?
about the same thing, so
Okay.
I'm
Or
careful.
are they proselytizing?
Just
Well, you have a lot of stake.
yeah,
I mean, a lot.
a lot at stake.
Yeah, you have to really go slow and steady. Maybe even just wait for them to bring it up before you start asking questions.
Right. On the flip side, I am starting to hear some of these Socratic methods repeated in my own household.
Okay.
Like, no, we can't, part of a convert. No, we can't necessarily say that's true. We don't know if that's true or not.
I'd rather
So
see him
we
doing some
determine
actual
that
straight
that
epistemology
is,
than maybe we
a real fact.
seems like
Then what?
So I'm hearing some of these things.
Coming from other members.
My wife and kids, yeah.
Incredible.
Yeah.
That's a great mentality
So-
to permeate
Right.
the discussion.
Just
Maybe they're seeking.
baby steps.
Sure.
Baby steps.
Oh, dude.
But it's good.
So it's catching on.
A little bit. Yeah.
That's wonderful news.
Yeah. I saw you guys did an event. What was the event? Pig? CPAC?
Yeah, there's a few people there right now.
Oh, okay.
One of them's even probably listening in.
Oh, nice.
They're tabling at it's a very right-wing conservative.
Okay.
I forget what it stands for, but it's
Hmm.
in fact they're not allowing the vendors to table there because the vice president is speaking at the moment.
Oh, wow.
So they're for security reasons.
Okay.
They're going to get in where they would normally go. But yeah, we're tabling there. In fact, one of them is going to live stream all of his talks. They're live streaming the talks that they do at the table.
Yeah.
With people that walk by on Twitch.
Cool.
So yeah.
Do you got a spare business card? The one you normally give to people?
The one I normally give to people?
Yeah, the SC one.
Oh yeah.
Because we had a conversation in my cultural anthropology class just today. One of the young
Resources.
ladies
All right.
was talking about she isn't pro-life, but she went by this this demonstration that's going off here right now. Or
Ex-Mormons
whatever. They got
Hey,
big
Warlock,
banners
can we
with,
actually see him do some straight
different pictures
epistemology?
of development. They're trying to be,
I don't know
shocking
what
you with
we're aiming
graphic.
for this. I don't know.
Yeah,
What's shocking? There's no like.
that's a good point. No,
Bro, Joe, are you a street
not really.
epistemologist?
No, not yet. There's one he did. I saw a video. It was on.
A YouTube epistemologist?
No, he was scrolling through them before the videos of because he was looking at Anthony's videos.
yeah, I just wanted to find a short one.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, share screen. Chrome tab, that one. Anthony Mangrosco.
There's one Jesus from Rose from the Dead.
Jesus rose from the dead. Yeah, that one. It is 51 minutes long.
Oh man, let's look up. He doesn't have them time stamped or anything, does he?
No. We can show it if you want, but yeah.
It's probably a handful of people he's talking to for sure.
Yeah. No, fuck it, we'll show it. I've got some chips on
Dead
that, so-
ant or evil leprechauns.
It's probably known as Christians believe in God and Jesus and then the Holy Spirit, and then we have the enemy who is Satan, the devil, one of the.
Mhm.
Oh, you dropped
I thought I dropped something. Oh, thank you.
sticker. He was an archangel who decided to.
Thank you so much for doing that. Appreciate it.
He had some crazy ideas and he rebelled against God. And throughout history, he's been like attacking Christians.
Satan has?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Satan and the third of heaven's host who fell with him. And one of the ways that he gets at us is fear. So, like today, there's a lot of people who won't come up to you because, as I believe, Satan is inflicting them with fear, so they don't want to come. They don't want to.
It appears that Americans seem to kind of confuse history with theology. No, Satan hasn't been done that. Do you know what I mean?
Oh God.
They seem to.
No, I wouldn't say like Americans, right? There are particular denominations of Christianity that blame everything on Satan and credit everything to God, right? But I wouldn't make that a representation of an entire religion, given that there are so many different denominations.
I know, but
Evil knowledge claims are childishness.
yeah, but they do seem to. It appears to be particularly Americans that they get told that this is true, and they believe it as history.
Yes.
They don't.
Do you know when Super Munchkin was younger, this girl stayed the night with us. Stayed the night with Danica. It was close to Halloween, and I was watching a horror movie, and I kid you not, this girl broke down in tears, begged me to turn it off so she didn't have to call her mom because I was inviting demons into the house.
See.
Like there are some really strange beliefs, but that does not encompass all American Christians.
Oh yeah, I was part of a church like that. They had a ministry of demonology. This woman was into, and they would say like if you had certain statues in your house, like Hindu gods or like Ganesh or like a lucky elephant, you were attracting
Any other religion,
evil spirits into your house.
Doctrines of demons everywhere. Yeah, I've heard it.
Yeah,
it's sad. It's very sad.
Yeah,
that's why I don't endorse any of the books of Enoch. Because it promotes an obsession with subjectively conceived evil entities.
Well, couldn't you say the same thing about John, Book of Revelation?
Well, I'm just telling you my opinion. The fruit of Enoch. You know, I'm not grooving on it. I don't like to see people become Chris LaSala or become entangled in doctrines of demons everywhere. In your balls, in your hair, in your Buddha, in the refrigerator, demon of athlete's foot, demon of postnasal drip. I hate it. I hate doctrines of demons. And I find it very sad.
I'm going to find the references. There was the guy who makes a claim that there are more references to the Book of Enoch in the New Testament than there are of the Old Testament. I'm curious how. I mean, I've only found a couple of instances where Enoch is referred to in the New Testament, but as far as like other sayings and stuff, I would have to dig. That would be interesting, though.
See, I thought Enoch was important because it like started setting the tone in mythology, right? Like prior to Enoch, Satan was like a noun or a verb, but in Enoch is where you start seeing like the transformation of the idea of Satan into a being, right? Things like that.
Yep, and all the angels' influence. And
which version of Enoch?
One Enoch, I think.
Which translation? Which edition? Which print?
One I can read.
Well, my point is that there are several modern versions of Enoch, and there's reference in the New Testament to it.
There's probably many more versions of the Bible than there are Enoch.
Probably. Thank God for
that. Which version of the New Testament, Tommy?
New King James and New American Standard and maybe a couple of more.
I just learned of this new this Christian Standard Bible that was just released in 2017. I'm like, whoa, I'm out of the loop. And they got to name it Christian Standard Bible. So this is.
Is it worthy of worship?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think
possibly
you think these
walk out
street
somewhere where they feel
epistemologists
unsafe
are
and
seeking? Do you think they're seeking resolution?
No, I think resolution what?
Of their own conundrums.
I don't know. I'm sure they use the method just to challenge some of the things they believed in. I think at least Anthony Magbosky was just out there, yeah, I guess challenging beliefs. What do you believe? Why do you believe it?
Why do you not believe it? Do you think they're
probabilities or lack of evidence?
Do you think they're seeking to crystallize their unbelief?
I may do that.
I've heard there are no biased reporters. I mean, unbiased reporters, but that's just.
I think they would say most, like, say, atheists would say, or even myself would say that. I mean, the thing that would convince people of this personal God existing would be a miracle. A miracle, a couple of miracles would be pretty good.
I thought you were in Christ Jesus, John.
You're in Christ Jesus?
Yeah, I thought you were in Christ Jesus, even though you're entangled in unbelief.
I'm not in Christ Jesus.
Are you sure that you're sure? Every fiber
sure.
of your being?
I'm pretty confident.
You're confident in every fiber
Pretty sure.
of your being?
I'm pretty sure that God doesn't exist. Pretty sure.
That God, huh? Oh.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure.
But you believe in God.
Concept of God, I have an agnostic, pantheistic view, only based on experience, but I do not claim it to be any kind of absolute truth, or that you need this truth or know this truth to obtain any kind of afterlife or to avoid any hell.
So you don't believe? Oh, I'm not going to say ask that. Never mind. Your beliefs are your own, and you're minding them. And you're not worried.
Yeah. I found myself a very different and freer person since my conversion.
Well, that sounds good.
I've actually had conversations with people that stopped
Free of
believing
what is the
something
question?
because of the dialogues that I've had with them. But that's why I commend your
Free of delusion.
So is it something?
Free of
free,
self-condemnation.
Free self-condemnation.
Yeah, well, thank God for that.
Or this idea of someone being able to read my mind, my thoughts, see my thoughts.
Oh, adore you at every moment.
I don't know about that.
Those personal, private moments.
See, if anyone else could I'll put my camera on. If anyone else could see your private moments every time, doesn't that make them
Does that make them God?
Yeah, it makes them God. Kind of. But it also makes them a criminal that should be punished within every section of the law.
The NSA is not God.
No. I'm
the government.
I'm saying, yeah.
Microsoft.
Yeah, if you can see me every time in my life, you deserve to be punished under every sanction of law. You should be locked up and put away.
Right. Yahweh doesn't respect privacy.
Yeah.
Well, I'm to right to privacy.
Yeah.
It doesn't respect that.
He says he'll remember your sin no more.
That
I'll
if
put
he
that
if
first
he if
person.
he can if he can forget it, then that means he watched it, and that's still really weird.
Yeah, it's still really weird. Yeah.
Well, perfect love cast out all fear.
Perfect
Eventually.
love, huh?
Yeah.
I don't
Eventually.
know. I think the closest to perfect love I've ever felt is the love between me and my kid, and I still don't want to watch her do a lot of different things. So it's weird.
So I mean, too.
Okay.
Yeah, we're going with the street cosmology.
Yeah, she was talking about Satan. Yeah.
Friend for his bravery for coming up. It was very courageous of him to do that. This will be fun. I think a case could be made that that was not the guy who was talking about the LGBTQ stuff. This was the guy before him. Can't remember his name, but he was the one where we compared his explanation, ghosts, gods, well, ghost spirits, I mean, to the North Korean government secret project.
How did we get here?
Spirits versus North Korea. That might actually be a good video title, wouldn't it? Hello.
Hey, what you up to?
I'm recording conversations for my hobby called street epistemology.
Oh, wait, I think I've heard of that before.
Have I interviewed you before? Have you heard about it elsewhere?
Well, I mean, I've heard it a bit elsewhere, but we
No
haven't
kidding.
we haven't met.
I'm Anthony. Nice to meet you.
You too.
How are you?
Very good.
Are you all together?
Yes, sir.
Are you recording right now?
I am, yes, sir.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Would you be interested in doing an interview?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Absolutely.
You said your name was.
Yeah.
Do you want to do a joint interview or?
Sure. If you want to do that. Or
you want to do?
I think yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
I think I'll handle this one.
Would you be alright if I
was his cameraman, sir?
I beg pardon?
Would you be alright if I was his cameraman?
No, I'm gonna have. I actually have cameras going all over the place, so another camera wouldn't bother me at all. You've heard of street epistemology before?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me a little bit about it. What do you know about it? Are you familiar with my work?
No, I have.
Okay. I won't take it personally. That's okay. What do you know about street epistemology?
That it's a series of questions to get someone to know more about someone else's belief.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. So earlier today, I actually met two Mormons that strolled by, and we had an incredible conversation. And then I had a conversation with a fellow who thinks ghosts are real.
Now, I
He
will
actually
say
came by
that
for
was
his
a little
fourth talk.
dishonest on his
And then
part.
the person
As
after
friendly
him
as he
had-
is. As friendly as he is, that was a little dishonest on his part to call that a good definition. I don't necessarily see it as like, I mean, it can be if your intent is to ask questions to know more about somebody's position, fine, but more often than not, it's to get them to question their position. That would be a better definition.
Yeah, so yeah, so I would agree with that.
Yeah.
It is a dirty question. Yeah.
I guess perhaps maybe in a person answering why they believe it might lead them to that. Oh.
Well, that's fair. That is true. Once you question your beliefs, you do tend to either strengthen them by research or discount them by research.
Yeah.
So I guess that is true. Thank you, Brojo.
Well, where was?
I actually wasn't sure what he was talking about, to be honest. It was a little convoluted. But do you mind? Can we just position ourselves a little bit for optimal? Do you want to record portrait, or would you rather do horizontal? Do you have a preference?
Have we started already?
Did you say your name is?
Yes.
Okay. If you want to stop it again and then cut to a horizontal, you can.
Yeah, that'll actually. Okay.
I appreciate you stopping.
Yeah, and I appreciate you for having me.
Yeah. So maybe if you stood there, that could be actually if you you stand right there. And then if I go here, I think that'd be good. You probably know if you've watched examples online that we try to keep the conversations fairly brief. 4 or 5 minutes. Sometimes they go 10 or 20 minutes. And also, I should let you know, there's a good chance that those Mormon guys might be coming back down for a follow-up conversation. And so if that happens, I might want to wrap this one up a little sooner than maybe normal.
Oh,
But did you say your name was?
yes.
Okay.
If how much time do you think I'll have if that's the case? Because like
I don't know. How much time do you? What is your claim, and how much time do you think you need to explore it with me?
Yeah, like maybe a solid 10 minutes would be fine.
10 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay. You're familiar with street epistemology, and you wanted to have your belief explored with it?
Yes.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
I appreciate your courageousness to do that.
Yeah.
Because I think some people, in fact, there's a guy who I've talked to 3 times off camera, and he knows that I'm here because he asked me to I offered to let him know next time I was going to be here. And he offered to meet me in the coffee shop off camera to talk about his views. And he wasn't willing to come here on camera to do it. So I think it's really good that you're willing to do it.
Yeah, like anything that allows for intellectual exploration, like anything that'll better the academic community.
Mm-hmm.
It's what I do.
Oh, cool.
Mm-hmm.
What are you studying here? What's the book for?
This is actually my major is computer science cybersecurity.
Cool.
Yeah.
You're a computer science major?
Yeah.
How long have you been studying it?
Ooh, maybe like a solid 2 years.
Did you also like find yourself programming and learning about computer science before you decided to like study it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
Yeah.
That's good.
I want to. Did you start recording already? Yeah. Maybe we should start. Just so that like, it doesn't run out.
Oh, are you hurting for battery juice or something or what?
Oh no, like I'm not sure how quickly the storage fills up on iPhones. So.
Okay. If it's any consolation, I'm using 3 cameras to capture it, 2 of which are right here in front of us. So if it does die, we've got it.
All right.
But hello, how are you? Are you with these guys too? Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. Computer science guy. What claim do you tend to make because you think that it's true that we can explore together?
That Jesus is God and that he rose from the dead.
Jesus is God and he rose from the dead?
Yeah.
That's 2 claims.
Okay.
Well,
all right, here we go.
We can go with either one, or we can sort of combine them, I suppose. Is one dependent on the other?
Jesus is God, yes, is dependent on Jesus rose from the dead.
He wouldn't be God if he didn't rise from the dead?
That's correct, because there has to be some sort of some sort of quantification of proof, right, that he is God.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would think that a person couldn't raise from the dead unless they were God. Like, wouldn't his rising from the dead be dependent on him being God, or is it really the other way around?
Well, okay, so the causation is that because he is God, but in order for us to determine whether...
I see.
Yeah.
I see. The reason why you can say God is real is because you're sure he rose from the dead.
Not necessarily. That's just one of my many examples.
Okay.
Like there's intelligent design, there's the cosmological argument, things of that like nature. Yeah, but I'd like to explore this one. But we can talk about those if you want to.
I would like to talk about the reason that gives you the most confidence that it's true and would result in the greatest drop in your confidence that it's true if you discovered that it's not a good reason.
Right.
Do you follow me?
Yes.
So if Jesus rose from the dead is the reason, if you discover that you don't have a good reason for thinking that Jesus rose from the dead, and you say, if I discovered that, I would drop the greatest, my drop, I mean.
Yeah, absolutely. I would more or less deconvert from Christianity if I found good enough reason that my belief was false. Yeah.
What if you found no good reason for thinking that it was true? That
would be the same thing, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah. Or the same. I would go through the same process.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you discover that you have no good reason for thinking that Jesus rose from the dead, it would significantly impact your confidence that Jesus was God.
Say that again. Sorry.
Yeah. If you discover that you don't have any good reason for thinking that Jesus rose from the dead, it would significantly impact your confidence that Jesus was God.
Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
How much of a drop in confidence are we talking about? Would it knock you down from a 100 to a 97?
Nah, I'd say from 100 to. Well, I mean, I'd have to give it a shot, but considering that, assuming that my arguments would just fall short of everything, then yeah, it would be pretty low. Definitely less than 50 for sure. Probably much less than that.
Okay.
If I discovered I had no
30-40% or something like that, maybe.
Yeah.
Well, that would probably be a really good reason to explore that. If it would have that much of an impact in your confidence that Jesus is God, then I think we should definitely explore how you determine that Jesus rose from the dead. Hello. Wow, we got 4 people here now. That's good. Are you all together?
I don't.
Okay.
I just heard Christianity and I was like,
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she's more than more.
Are you all in the same group or something? Because I know that there are a lot of on-campus groups.
No, not really.
You're not part of any of the groups? You're certainly not? Do you have any issues with the groups by any chance? Or? Oh, okay.
Like we know each other as friends, but we're not like in a group together.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And we just have this on camera, so like it's up to you if you want to stay. All right. Yeah.
Here, I think it's great that you want to record it, but just so you know, sometimes having a lot of people standing around while you're saying these things could make my conversation partners feel uncomfortable. So I'm interviewing you. You have full say on this, but if you would like your friends to step away, they can. But if you're comfortable with them being here, they're more than welcome to stay too.
It's up to them. Like I'm more than welcome to have them listen on. As a matter, yeah, you good? You good? You good?
Okay.
You good? All right. Yeah.
Okay. So I guess since we've identified the real reason, or at least a very important reason for thinking that this is true, can we explore the steps that you use to get to your conclusion that Jesus rose from the dead? I assume we're talking about Jesus Christ, the Christian,
yes,
the Son of God, right?
Jesus, son of Nazareth, the one who was crucified at around 30 or 33. Yeah, that one. The one that everyone's talking about.
Yeah. And not to be pedantic, but what does it mean to be dead?
To be dead means that your vital, what keeps you conscious in the real world is no longer intact.
Okay.
No.
In order for somebody to rise from the dead, would they also have to be dead?
Yes.
Okay.
And here we're gonna go. How can we?
I'm actually seriously wondering about this. I'm honestly curious.
Sure.
Do we need to first discuss how you concluded that he was dead before we can decide?
Yeah, sure, absolutely.
Before we can actually explore how he rose from the dead, or
sure. So
should we skip that step? I don't.
No.
Help me out.
It's all right. We can definitely go on to that step. So the way Gary Habermas lists a plethora of sources, I think he comes to around the 40s to the sources of Jesus's existence, and that includes Christians, non-Christians, enemies of Christians. Yes. So it's because of that mass majority of sources, which we can talk about, that we can easily conclude that for sure he existed, he was crucified, and that he preached for the kingdom of God.
There's 40 sources that say that he existed. Do those same 40 say that he also rose from the dead?
Well,
or are they just talking about his existence?
Well, we're first establishing, correct me if I'm wrong, but that he died first, right?
I guess we can just assume that he existed, I suppose, and just focus on that he died, maybe just for the purpose of this. Yeah, so let's just do that. Do the 40, did you say that there's 40, there's 40 what? I'm sorry. There's 40,
sources.
There's 40 sources that claim that he...
Independent sources.
Are they claims or are they proofs? Are they evidences?
So, well, how do I put this way? When you were born knowing nothing, right? I promise I have a direction to this.
When I was born, did I know nothing? I mean, I guess it could be argued that maybe babies know how to breathe when they're born, or cry, or defecate, maybe.
Or
I guess latch onto a teat when they're hungry or something.
Yeah, I guess like consciously,
like
knowing something.
I don't again mean to be pedantic here, but before I agree to that, I think I need to understand what you mean by know things. Like,
yes,
because I gave a couple examples that I would say, well, yeah, babies know things. They know that they're hungry, perhaps.
Well, I think it would be a mistake to say that I know all of health science because I'm a human being, and health science is part of me. So there definitely has to be some cognitive faculty that is engaged with that. So my point is that I'm saying is that when you're born, you're not born with logical principles. You learn those along the way.
Okay.
Yeah. So if you're born with things that you learn along the way, then that means that the way that we formulate our deductive principles is primarily through induction.
Do you have an example of a human who might be coming to knowledge through induction?
Yes. So, for example, children under 4, there's a study that says that as soon as someone were to step out of their sight, they're not conscious of the fact that they exist until
I see. Like a kid might start crying when they see mommy or daddy walking away because the brains haven't developed yet to the point where they can deduce.
I wouldn't speak for every kid, but like up until 4. Yeah, but my point is that in the same manner we should approach the existence of Jesus. Now, we use induction to come to the most probable.
Did he just say we could, until that point we can invoke the probability of Jesus?
Surprise, huh?
Yeah, did he just say that?
If that guy would just bought one of his Bibles and smiled and walked away, all this could have been avoided.
Yeah, that is bullshit.
Yeah, slip him in there real quick. So Jesus.
So Jesus. Oh, fuck me.
Like, can I ask you a question, Wildheart? Do you like water?
Yeah.
You drink water, right?
Yeah.
Therefore, Jesus.
Yeah. That's a shit argument, isn't it?
So wait, he's just trying to say that just because he existed, he rose from the dead?
Yeah, basically.
He went to trying to go from talking how a baby thinks or has a sense of being straight to Jesus. Boom.
Yeah. Yeah. If you need water, then you
need Jesus.
Ah, fuck me.
Man,
you drink it, he'll walk on it.
40 sources of Jesus. Anyway.
So we'll continue to learn. Fuck me.
I'm gonna sell Bibles. It's easy money.
He's a computer science student.
Most reliable, most accurate conclusion.
Is that where the 40 sources come in?
Yes, because if someone has 40 sources backing up their crucifixion, what they preached, and who they were, then most likely, a lot likely, he definitely was crucified and existed. I think it was what's his name, John Dominic Crossan, head of the Jesus Seminar, a camp for liberal Christians, and he said, which do not necessarily share and mostly do not share the conservative views of Christians. And he says that Jesus' existence and crucifixion are as sure as anything in history. And it's because of this reason that you go to any good academic institution and they will tell you Jesus for sure existed.
Here's what I'm wondering about sources.
And was crucified. Yeah.
Hopefully he's challenge
when I hear people talk about induction and sources.
Sure.
Could it be demonstrating that that's what these people thought was true at the time, and yet may not be true in reality?
Yeah, so you need to have essentially counter sources.
Counter sources to show that it wasn't true?
Yes, you need evidence to show that he did not existed in lieu of the evidence we currently have that show that he most likely for sure existed.
Again, you can have 1,000
listen, I'm
sources
not
that show
talking
that he
about-
existed.
Those
Doesn't
are-
mean he
I'm not
rose from the
talking
dead.
about like burden of proof or anything
Right.
like that. I'm just saying that once I've established my case, now it's the opposing side's turn.
This is what I hear you saying. We have 40 sources that say people say that Jesus rose from the dead.
That, well, some of them, a good number of them say that he rose from the dead. Because some of them are Christian, but yeah.
And
so,
go ahead.
Yeah. So, but there are also people like.
Sorry,
Yeah.
Roger. I was in another
It just-
camera thing.
That's okay.
Okay, so if not all 40 of the people who say that Jesus existed are Christians and believe he rose from the dead, would that not in itself be a counterexample, including all the people who didn't believe it? I don't understand what this guy is asking for.
I'm not really sure. I'm still stuck
Yeah,
on that. There's a confusion here because I don't think this guy said 40 people claim that he died and rose, just that 40 people claim he existed. That
Right,
Jesus
and so I'm saying if in those 40 people, not all of those 40 people were Christians, meaning not all of those 40 people believe he died and rose. On top of that, you have a whole world out there who didn't write it down because apparently they didn't believe it either. Why is that not a counterexample?
Yeah, that should be.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I don't understand what he expects this guy to give him.
Yeah.
Right,
exactly.
I'll give you an example, like Tacitus, right? He's not a Christian, but he says that a malevolent superstition broke out in Jerusalem where the first evil had been birthed or something to that extent. When he's talking about this figure called Christus, referring to Jesus, the one who was crucified under Pontius Pilate, the one who Christians were named after. And he was talking about this when he was talking about the burning of Christians in Rome.
Okay.
Somewhere
This is
around
one of the 40 examples
Yes.
that you would say is a source.
Yes.
And here's what I'm wondering, though.
Sure.
It was almost sound like you were saying we can be confident in sources that say things are true if there are no other sources that say that those things aren't true.
Let me put it this way. What is your confidence that that the sources are wrong?
I'm not really an expert in biblical sources.
Okay, yeah, that's fair.
But let me just put it this way. If I read...
And then they're not all biblical, by the way.
There's extra biblical sources
to corroborate.
And by the way, Tacitus
claims
is just
that
claiming
people
what
made at that
people
time that they think
believe.
Jesus
He ain't
rose
saying
from
it
the
was
dead.
actual history.
And there's not a lot of
Exactly.
claims out there that...
He said these crazy claims were going around.
Right, and superstitions. Yep.
Yeah, he was just like this, and he called it bad, right? He said it was bad. He said it was malevolent. He said malevolent superstitions were spreading.
that say that he didn't.
Wait, sorry, say that again?
From my understanding, it almost sounded like you were saying we should accept the 40 sources as being great reliable corroborations of Jesus rising from the dead because we don't have 40 sources saying that he didn't.
No, it doesn't necessarily have to be sources as counter evidence. It just has to be some sort of evidence. Yeah.
What evidence would you accept as a counterbalance to the 40 sources that are in favor
That is
of?
a good question. That would be very hard to, because that 40 sources is a lot. Like I'm telling you, it's a lot, especially once you talk about like within a few years, you can get back to Jesus.
If there were 80 sources, would we be more justified in accepting the claim?
We would be more justified, but we would still, in both scenarios, you would have to necessarily conclude that Jesus existed because it is more probable than all the other possibilities regarding his existence and crucifixion.
What makes it more probable that a man rose from the dead?
What makes it more probable
The,
that
the,
a
the
man?
number of what is it? What is increasing the probability that what you're thinking is true?
Yeah. So do you want to move on from Jesus died?
No. I'm still interested in exploring that.
Okay.
What is you mentioned probabilities, I think, and
Yes.
what is increasing the probability? Are the 40 sources influencing the probability that the claim that Jesus rose from the dead is true?
In a one individual source is not going to do anything. For example, like that one disputed passage in Josephus, that's not going to do anything.
You'll throw that one out, and instead of 41, we got 40.
Yeah. And plus, there's another source in Josephus, and a lot of people get that.
This is what I'm wondering, though. If we found more sources to back it up, would the probability increase? And conversely,
It would increase by a bit.
It would go by a bit?
Yeah.
Is there any chance that people could have thought that something was true, that Jesus rose from the dead, and were writing about it, things that we consider sources today, and it's confirming that that's what they thought, but it not really be the case?
Yeah. So
that it's not true in reality.
So then it goes back to probabilities. Do people have hallucinations? Do people lie under these circumstances? And so you have to look at the evidence.
Are those the only two explanations, possible explanations?
You know, it's funny because like I've surveyed the literature thousands of times. I've watched so many debates. I've spoken to scholars myself, and the ones who don't agree with Jesus rising from the dead always say the same thing. They say, we don't know, because they don't want to commit to a conclusion, because they know that can easily be knocked down by the current theory we have.
I'm sorry, are you saying that there are people who don't want to accept the sources as evidence because they don't want to believe it, or were you saying something else?
I wasn't saying that for sure. Now I'm trying to remember what I just said.
That's okay.
Yeah. Can you help me a bit? What was I saying before?
I was wondering, it almost sounded like you were saying that there are people who will come up with ways to not accept your evidence because they don't want to believe the claim.
Yes.
I don't know if you were saying that or not.
Yeah, more or less. But my point, the drive point home is that the alternative explanations, as you were saying before, as you were inquiring before, although there are a lot to choose from, none of them are really good. It's a mile wide, inch deep territory.
Is this your way of saying that the best reason for thinking that Jesus rose from the dead is the 40 sources?
No, I'm saying the best way to say. The best way to know that Jesus rose from the dead is what Gary Habermas calls the minimal facts argument, what Mike Licona calls the historical bedrock, what all scholars will agree on, regardless of whether they're Christian, atheist, Muslim, agnostic, whatever belief system they have. They all agree on these things, that Jesus for sure existed and was crucified under Pontius Pilate, and that
is that where the sources is it because of the sources? Is that why they think this?
Yes.
Okay.
So, and a lot of other things too.
This is the fundamental question.
Yeah,
please. Yes.
And that his disciples, his followers, thought that had the conviction that he rose from the dead very early on, right after his crucifixion, and that the main leaders of the apostles, and I'm speaking about Peter, Paul, who later came, he wasn't a Christian, but he converted to Christianity after having an experience what he called the risen Jesus. James, the brother of Jesus, that one was recorded in somewhere in Josephus' Antiquities of the Jews. I think there was one more.
We don't have to go through all of them. I actually kind of like to keep it high level, because I'm wondering about these 40 sources. When I read a story, and even if 40 people corroborate it, and let's say they've corroborated it over, I don't know how many years, whatever, I still wouldn't be willing. I might be willing to consider it, but I don't think I'd be willing to accept it as factually true.
So then, I'm reminded of the time when Kenneth Humphreys confronted Gary Habermas on what's the difference between Jesus and Snow White. And the difference is that no one is, even though Snow White is being talked around and corroborated per se, not exactly per se, no one is saying that Snow White is real, right? It's in the context of tale. It's in the context of it's in the context of a story that is not to be taken true, but instead to derive some sort of entertainment from it.
So if I understand your
Then
position,
let's just go to other God
we can
claims.
we could be fairly confident that the sources are a source of knowledge because people believe that it was the case, that they believe that it was true. Whereas with Snow White, we don't have people running around saying that they believe that she rose from the dead. And because of that distinction, we are on solid footing for accepting the sources as evidence. Is that your position?
To an extent, I'll say yes.
Okay. Well, that was a good chat.
Oh, you want to end here?
I think so. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's been like 20 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Do you have any questions for me before we wrap it up, or
Yeah.
any of you following? Hi.
When's the next time you'll be around?
Yeah, that's a good question. Maybe next week if the weather's decent.
Next week? All right.
Yeah. Thank you.
It sounds like that guy wanted to stay around and talk some more. And I don't know. If I was Anthony, unless he just wanted to leave them off with something to think about, he could have done that.
No, well, I don't. That was a weird way to end it because what about Greek mythology? They believed in those gods, but we still tell them his stories, right? We still tell them his stories.
People believe they existed.
There is another 20 minutes of the video if you want to see that. I just want to check.
Thank you very much. My name is Anthony. Thank you for coming up to me and sharing your views and giving these reasons why you think that this is all true. And
well, it isn't complete because of the time frame we had, but I do thank all of you for giving us time.
Yeah, thanks.
To explain.
Thanks for listening in.
Yeah.
Did any of you have any feedback for either one of us?
Yeah,
you were nice, quiet, respectful listeners. Do you mind if I keep recording if I turn and get you all on camera? You guys okay with that? Okay. The sun might be a problem here. So it could be really challenging for people. Well, it's very courageous for him to come up to talk to me about that, particularly because it is being recorded. And if you're familiar at all with what I do, I tend to ask very tough questions. So I admire you coming up to me to explore that with me. I really do.
Mm-hmm. And I admire you for asking the brave questions that are kept low key for a lot of people.
It can be tough to keep it low key. Sometimes you can feel like your emotions getting in the way, but you have to kind of tamp them down for the purpose of the exploration. So that was good. I was going to add something else there, but I don't remember what it was.
What exactly are you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing street epistemology. You can look at, would you like a sticker or a magnet?
I'll take a magnet.
A magnet? Yeah. So search for these words on YouTube and you'll see video examples of me exploring people's claims like that. Whether it's about Jesus existing or Vishnu existing or Allah being real. And they may even give the same reasons. Well, there's lots of sources and lots of people believed it. But we explore these claims in a really respectful way. And we even talk about politics.
Quick question. Does anyone ever have come up with the claim that they want you to challenge that Muhammad is real?
That what was real?
That Muhammad is real? The prophet of Islam?
Yeah, I've had conversations on this campus with people who think Muhammad is real. And Vishnu and Ganapati and Brahma and a couple other deities. And then you meet some people who say, well, God is love. God is this feeling that I get. I actually interviewed 2 Mormons an hour and a half ago, and they might actually be coming down for a follow-up talk. So yeah, I meet lots of people who believe in different gods. And what's interesting is that they give a lot of the same reasons that we heard from here. Now, you might contest that because, well, these are older. Lots of people believed it. They were willing to die for it. But when we get down to the real reasons why, they're not often much different, which is one of the reasons why I don't really believe in any gods. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we can definitely save this discussion for later. But
would you like one also?
I wouldn't agree at all that we have the same reasons, because for
Mhm.
one thing, you could probably attest to this, but you probably don't remember someone like me coming up and saying, "Oh, let's record this. Oh, let me explain my views," you know, things of that nature, and was able to answer all of the questions.
You don't think I would remember somebody who answered the questions?
Or at least that it would be very rare.
Oh, no. I tend to remember many of the people I talk to, or at least the conversations. Sometimes I forget.
With the collegiate level.
I think I would remember that.
Not just answering just for the sake of answering.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, do you think that your responses were better than the typical responses I might get?
Absolutely.
Have you watched any of my stuff? You've watched one.
Oh, the alligator.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
yeah, well, that's what's interesting is a lot of people will comment on my videos that you need to talk to a real Christian who could defend it, which I think in a way is a little bit insulting to the people that I speak to, because the reasons why you think your God is real may be completely different reasons why you think the same God is real. And what's important is how you are coming to your conclusion. Even though he may not think you have a really good reason or a good method, and his is superior, and by the way, you should adopt his view. When I'm exploring why you think that it's true, it's your reasons and your method that's important. And if you discover that I don't have a good reason or a good method for thinking that it's true, maybe you'll seek out better reasons. Maybe he actually has them. So there's value in engaging with somebody, even though they may have not thought it through all the way, maybe as much as you have.
Yeah. And I know, and I'm not saying that it's a waste of time for them, but I am. Yeah.
I don't view it as a waste of time for me or them or anyone that might be watching.
So
because I,
welcome, Mr.
I have to grab some water because my throat's really dry. Would you mind holding my board? I might have a talk with somebody who gives a reason that is a crazy reason in many people's eyes. But 40 people watching that encounter might say that's the same reason that I'd give to that guy if he interviewed me. And it causes them to take another look at their beliefs and find better reasons for holding their views. So there's value in surfacing bad reasons and unreliable methods, because then we can at least acknowledge that we have those and we can find better reasons, like maybe your friend here has, and better methods.
Right.
I was thinking.
Oh, I like I like what he did
Kind
there.
of making you a better Christian when you have to question what you believe.
It can, but you have to be willing to step up to the plate like you did, and I think it was really brave of you to do that. I'm not just blowing smoke. I honestly I'm proud that you did that.
Thanks.
Yeah, good.
Yeah. Do we want to end the recording here, or do you guys have any more questions? You guys good?
Cool.
Yeah.
Pardon me?
Do you hold any moral beliefs or views?
I don't think that there are any gods. I don't think that going off of 40 sources that say something is true is a really good way to test it, particularly if it's an unusual claim that we don't tend to run into normally in our daily dealings with reality.
So what?
I'm an agnostic atheist. Here's my card. Here's my card too.
What makes you
I see that we're competing for the last word.
The last word.
Yeah.
So
I don't know if
I got you with my marker. That's washable, so that should come out.
Okay. Yeah. So I don't know if I want to respond to that, but
to
in
what?
any case, like I will be available for those of you watching. I will send my contact information below if you guys have any questions. And I suppose he has the same thing. Street epistemology. This is Anthony Mangabasca. Did I get it right?
You got it right.
Sweet.
Check out Street Epistemology. We have lots of examples where we explore claims just like here had, and other claims across religion, politics, social justice, you name it. We usually have the conversations. All right. And I'll be happy to answer your question too if you want to get more into it.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
Thank you for your time.
That's a wrap.
Okay.
Thank you.
Has anyone ever asked you, or I'm actually going to need to do some more research into this, but has anyone ever tried to say that Muhammad didn't exist?
I meet a lot of Christians who don't think Muhammad existed. Your friend here might very well be one of those. But I'm not so much interested in what you think doesn't exist. I'm interested in what you think is actually existing or true.
I believe Muhammad existed. I just think he was a con artist. Yeah.
There's no way.
Joseph Smith,
thinks he's
like he
what?
existed, but he was a con artist. Yeah. But anyway, I think.
Okay,
I
I've got more questions for you, but we'll do it some other time.
Yeah.
Feel free to come.
This could go
Feel
on
free to
for a
come
while.
back. Yeah, that was really fun.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here, sir.
Yeah. Thanks for coming up to me.
And as a personal belief,
Do you want to come just a little closer so I can get you on the camera?
Did he say he was competing for the last word on somebody else's show?
Yeah. He did.
Do you
Yeah, I didn't want to. I
do
didn't
you
want to
think
compete.
Yeah.
do you think people like that understand like the way they're coming across?
No, that was. Yeah.
Do you think there's any self-awareness there?
No. There is another 10 minutes if anyone wants to watch that. I've just stopped it at that point. It seemed like a good point to stop, but if anyone wants to watch the rest of it, I'll be happy to play that.
Does anybody get tased or punched or?
I've not seen the video before. I can't tell you.
I was kind of curious what she was going to ask him now.
Yeah, we can carry on.
If you want.
Not really.
Actually, I'm going to move my camera because the sun is moving, and it's probably overheating. I'm just going to move this here. Oh, what's up?
I was just wondering what was going on.
These women had some additional questions.
Oh, okay. Sure. I guess I'll be around.
so
Okay.
as you probably know, many Christians believe in God and Jesus.
Well, that guy's
and
kind of white knighting.
Spirit,
That's
and
a
we have an enemy who is
was it for a
Satan, the
second.
devil, one of the
Was he,
I thought I
or did
dropped
he
something.
just want more
Thank you.
camera time?
Yeah, it sounded like he's like, well, what's going on here? Wait, like, you gotta deconvert these girls. I gotta protect them. So you know, don't
I
steer
guess
them away
I'll
from
be around.
Christianity. That's what it sounds like.
Well, I don't know. It like he likes the camera time too. Earlier he was like, and for all you people watching, I'll be around. I'll send my contact details and all
Right,
this.
right.
And then the last he's like, oh, well, I'll be around.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right, I'll give you the option. You can either watch the rest of this video or hear me sing Toy Soldiers by Makayim. I'll give you the
Wait,
option.
I want to see what she's gonna
Rest of
say.
the video.
Or maybe he's worried that Anthony's gonna hit on these girls that he's interested in. One of them, at least.
He was an archangel who decided to.
Thank you so much for doing that, Appreciate it.
He had some crazy ideas, and he rebelled against God. And throughout history, he's been like attacking Christians.
Satan has?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Satan and the third of heaven's hosts who fell with him. And one of the ways that he gets at us is fear. So, like today, there's a lot of people who won't come up to you because, as I believe, Satan is inflicting them with fear. So they don't want to come. They don't want to, possibly walk out somewhere where they feel unsafe and even possibly have their faith ripped out from underneath them. Not that you've heard things, but
Well, no, I've actually had conversations with people that stopped believing something because of the dialogues that I've had with them. But that's why I commended your friend for his bravery for coming up. It was very courageous of him to do that. Now, what's interesting is I talked with a guy who, I haven't uploaded the video yet, so maybe you can check it out. It might have been one of your classmates. I don't know. But we actually talked about questioning and doubt. And he said that he's not allowed to question or doubt his claim that God is real. I think he believed in the Christian God, because that would be Satan doing that. So we had
questions are good.
Question.
And finding the answers is good.
I think so too. And at the end of the
frankly, curiosity comes from God.
Yeah. However, though, I do think that fear can get in the way of curiosity and wonder, and actually having us change our minds on our views if we figure out that we don't have a good reason for thinking that that's true. It's courageous not only to question your views, but to acknowledge that you don't have a good reason for thinking it, and to ask yourself, how do I continue to find meaning and purpose without these other views that I've held so dearly for so long?
And then from a humanities standpoint, one of the
Can you
things
pause
that
that
we're
second?
recently learning in one of our courses is something called the web of belief. I believe.
Yeah, I just want to say, in Christianity, to even have any kind of doubt or doubt your faith would be considered a sin. So this is why they really want to steer away from any kind of questioning or doubting, or even trying to entertain hypotheticals would be like doubting your faith, and then that would be kind of sinful.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point.
Last name is Quine, Quine, and he says that basically our core beliefs are towards the center of our web, and then more peripheral beliefs are out towards the edge. And the closer you get towards the center of your web, the more scared you are to change them because they impact so many of those other beliefs.
Precisely. Yeah, I noticed that too. And it's one of the reasons why I like talking to people why they think God is real, about why they think God is real, because there are other views that they hold that are dependent on that one. So, for example, I talked to a guy just prior to you who thinks ghosts and spirits might be real, and he's strengthening in his view on that because he's becoming more of a Christian. Now, I talked to another person who had a view about abortion, and his view was contingent on him being a Christian. So, you're absolutely right. I agree. I like that metaphor. I've even used it yesterday when I was doing an interview with somebody who was talking to me about why I do street epistemology. And I think I even mentioned web of beliefs. So we have these webs of beliefs that are often tethered to a center. And very, very few people look at what's propping up the center.
And one of the things I've noticed is that one of the beliefs at the center, aside from believing whether or not God exists, is your belief on origins. Because I find that you can trace almost any belief back to origins.
When you say an origin, you mean like
the origin of the universe and how life came into being.
Oh, I think I'm glad I asked you that, because I was thinking, well, the origination of the belief, like when I was first told about it by my mom and dad,
origins
for example.
Of the universe and life.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Or origin, the Christian commentator. Yeah, that's what came to my mind.
Oh, I don't know what that is. I'm sorry.
He's a patristic father in the early church.
Oh, it's like Tacitus or Josephus, like one of those folks, or
no? Tacitus and Josephus are both not Christian.
Is there a specific religious denomination that you're a part of? Are you Catholics? You're not Mormons?
No, we're not.
I'm a Protestant Christian.
Okay. Do you care to disclose? You don't have to if you don't want to.
Protestant Christian or not?
Baptist? Baptist, Protestant?
I never seem to impart this to him. There's Catholics and Protestants, and I think probably Orthodox is on there too. Under Protestants is all these denominations. You can choose non-denominational.
Yeah, I think that's right, because the Catholic Church does choose to centralize its authority the same way with the Orthodox Church and the bishop. Yeah.
But yeah, at least he and I are non-denominational.
Can I get your first names? Is that okay? You don't have to. You can give aliases. You don't have to. You had a question.
James Bond, and I'm Captain Marvel.
Okay.
And
Tony Stark.
JB. Oh, I know your first name already. JB. What were you?
Captain Marvel.
CM. And you're not going to even say. You had a question about truth or something. Can you repeat your question? Can we talk about that?
I was just wondering what you considered to be true, anything. If anything to be true.
What do I consider to be true? Something is true in my view when we can adequately test it against reality.
How far are you willing to take those tests?
How far am I willing to take what?
Your tests.
My tests?
Yeah, you said we can only believe something is true. We can rigorously test you.
I mean, there are some things that I hold to that I can't really test all the way. So, for example, like I think my spouse is faithful to me. And I could probably test it to some degree, like put cameras around the house or hire somebody to follow her around and that type of thing. But can I completely test it to be sure? Well, no, I can't.
Because there's no love unit.
Like
how length you have units of like feet and meters. Like there's no love unit.
Yeah. Well, I guess it's a trust thing. You know, I trust that she's faithful. However, I can identify things that I can discover that would lower my confidence or my trust in my claim that she's faithful to me. And you could probably use your imagination of what that might be. So Can I test it fully? No. But there are some things that I hold to varying degrees of confidence that they're true. I'm not 100% sure that she's faithful to me. I'd like to think I could be 100% sure, but I don't think I could. But I'm probably 95% sure that she's faithful to me. I'm willing to move. I'm willing to budge. Now I'm trying to think about turning it to your 40 sources. If I had 40 sources of people who just professed how wonderful and faithful she was, would I be justified in being 100% sure that she was faithful to me? I don't think that I could.
It depends on how much you trust those sources, first of all.
Even if they were sources that I knew and they weren't 300 or 1,000 years old or 2,000 years old, we don't live that long anyways. But even if they were direct sources to me who were willing to sign on a dotted line to profess that my wife was faithful to me, how would they know?
You said earlier that it's hard to quantify love, right, or faithfulness.
I'm talking more about trust. And that's just one claim. I mean, I can give another claim too. I think that my car is in the parking lot over there. I'm not 100% sure. And maybe 40 people would walk by and acknowledge that my car is there. I still couldn't be 100% sure that that's the case until I verified it for myself.
I don't know, because I just think that there's a difference between something that's like kind of misty and cloudy, like faithfulness, and then someone dying and rising from the dead, which would.
There is a difference. So here's my interest. What's more likely?
Yeah, and I said there is a difference.
Did you?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, you said that there is?
Yeah. Yeah, I think, and I just think that there is a difference. That's what I said.
What is the difference? What's the difference between me thinking that my car is there right now and me thinking that Jesus rose from the dead?
Jesus rose from the dead requires, not only does it require you to physically see it and to, at least for the original testimony, to physically see it, to touch his body and everything, but it also requires you to throw away your prior convictions. So something like your car over there, like I could just give some trivial answer and it wouldn't matter a bit. But if someone said to me, okay, your car is there, and if you're wrong, you're gonna die. Right?
The stakes are even higher, right?
Yeah.
For me,
The stakes are higher.
So I would say that if I wouldn't accept 40 sources that confirm to me that my car is still there, why on earth would I accept 40 sources to believe that Jesus rose from the dead?
I don't follow.
Do you understand where I'm going with that?
Can you say that one?
Yeah. I need to change out my battery here pretty soon. If I would be skeptical, if I wouldn't be 100% sure that my car is there, even if 40 people walked by to confirm that it was, why would I be willing to accept the claim from 40 people who said that somebody rose from the dead?
Because people saying that someone rose from the dead would definitely give it a second thought. They wouldn't just casually look it by and say, oh, okay, yeah, maybe it was there, maybe it's not.
Didn't Alibaba have 40 thieves?
I find it interesting that you view it in those terms. I would think that the bar to justify or demonstrate that somebody can rise from the dead would require a lot more than 40 people saying that it's the case. And you might actually have more.
Yeah.
I know we just talked about that one.
Yeah, and that's actually the point. Because that bar is so high, they must have been that convicted that someone rose from the dead to abandon their Jewish thought that everyone is going to rise from the dead at a later point, right? And instead, you got this one man who does it before everyone else.
Let me pose it to you, and just by show of hands. Did you all drive here? Your car's here? Okay, my car is here too. I think it is. Let's use my car as the example. On a scale from 0 to 100, how confident are you? You don't even know that I drove here, I suppose, but I'm telling you this. Take my testimony. I'm looking you into the eye, and this is coming from my heart. My car is there in that parking lot. At least I drove it here and I parked it there. On a scale from 0 to 100, how confident are you that my car is there right now?
Well, would you be willing to die for that? And how many of you are saying it? And what was your prior?
Let's say we have 40 people that walk by and say, yeah, Anthony's car is over there. Would you be 100% sure based on the testimony of 40 sources?
And many of them died. It's the leaders of them, the ones who, the prominent figures who spouted out that view.
It's not a perfect example because people probably wouldn't be willing to die for their view that they think my car is in the parking lot.
Going back to the web of belief, that's a peripheral belief, and then Jesus rising from the dead.
Just because you die for a cause doesn't make that cause true.
Okay, well, let's wrap it up. I don't want to hold you all for too long.
Yeah.
And I think my little Mormon friends might be coming by. I don't know why I said little. I think my Mormon friends might be coming by. That was cool. Thank you. You guys all have a way to reach me at my card? Okay. Please check out my channel and look for examples.
I will.
I
promise.
Yeah, and look for examples of people who are also believing in the same God as you and giving perhaps the same reasons for thinking that it's true. And if you're really courageous, watch videos of people who think other gods are real for the same reasons that they give for thinking that your God is real.
Yeah, I do hope to find those reasons.
Yeah.
Hello. Yeah, answer. He's really good, isn't he? Mr. Lizard, welcome. What are your comments on that video?
Not much. Mostly what I said already. And at least he doesn't do what a certain banana man does with these kind of videos.
That's fair.
Lizard, you don't doubt at all that Jesus existed? Because some say that he might not have.
Yeah. I mean, I do believe that he did indeed exist.
Minus the miracles, all that stuff?
Well, I do believe that, but I wouldn't try to say, any historical, the whole historical Jesus and people talking about him would be proof of said miracles.
I think that's fair.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
the likelihood of, if anything, he was probably some Essene apocalyptic preacher. But we have nothing outside the Bible or any contemporary sources in his time that show his existence.
No records.
Wasn't apocalyptic writing just like a really popular genre at one point?
Right, you would think, right? It seems really.
No, it was. I
Well, it also
believe
depends on how one. It also depends on how one defines apocalyptic. Is you mean apocalyptic as in doomsday and all that, or do you mean apocalyptic as unveiling things?
No, it's in like the whole end of the world thing.
Yeah, because one thing people kind of neglect about the word apocalypse and even Revelation, though we have this image of it being doomsday and all that, the word just meant like a revelation or an unveiling.
Fair, yeah. Unveiling.
Plus, it seems for the most part a good portion of that text is mostly for the most part preterism, with a very select few bits of revelation not actually being preterism. Which, if you don't know what that means, it basically means that most of it already happened.
If I can just say, I don't want to go. I don't want to. Yeah. Anyway, thank you, Pixie. Thank you, Bojo. Thank you, Plastic Jesus, and thank you, Mr. Lizard, for being here. You're on my other channel. Just thanks for being here. It's been great.
No problem.
Okay. Sound like you were closing the show.
Yeah, right. No, it's going.
I was like,
I was fixing to be like, oh, okay, later days. Have fun.
It's going on. Besides for being here, you are monsters. You really are. Thanks a lot.
Oh, what was that last thing I heard?
You are monsters. Thank you, Mr. Lizard, for being here.
Monster Mash.
They did the mash. They did the monster. I was just going to show a video.
Oh, okay.
Karaoke. Not that one. My toy soldiers.
Okay. It's a good one.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, soldiers. Felt the right way.
Step, heart to heart, left, right, left. We all fall down like toy soldiers.
Wow, I haven't heard this in ages.
It's good. It wasn't my intention to mislead you. It never should have been this way.
Oh, I thought you were playing the original.
It's true, I did extend the invitation. I never knew you'd stay. When you hear temptation call, it's your heart it takes the fall. Won't you come out and play with me? Step by step, heart to heart, left, right, left. We all fall down like toy soldiers. Bit by bit, torn apart. We never win, but the battle rages on. Toy soldiers. It's getting hard to wake up. Head is spinning constantly. How can it be? How could I be so blind to this addiction? If I don't stop, then everyone's gonna be me. Only emptiness remains. It replaces all the pain. Won't you come out and play with me? Step by step, heart to heart, left, right, left. We all fall down like toy soldiers. Bit by bit, torn apart. We never win, but the battle wages on. Toy soldiers. We never win. Only emptiness remains. It replaces all the pain. Won't you come out and play with me? Step by step, heart to heart, left, right, left. We all fall down. Toy soldiers. Bit by bit, torn apart. We never win, but the battle wages on. Toy soldiers. Step by step, heart to heart, left, right, left. We all fall down. bit by bit, torn apart. We never win, but the battle wages on. Toy soldiers. That's so true.
Did you already do Oliver's Army, or we're going to hear that later?
Right, so street epistemology. It's not bad, is it?
Level 42. Something about you. So right, 1980.
Wow,
4 or 5?
it is. It is. Yeah, something about you. That'll be the next one. Well done.
There's something about you.
Yeah.
And I can't live without you tonight.
So why is street epistemology
Gay?
not it's not gay.
Well, if you're gay, you do it.
No, why is epistemology wrong? Surely it just points out to Christians that they're completely full of bullshit. I'm looking at my soldiers now.
We mean like making like maybe there's having people's souls crumble before you when they realize the truth.
Yeah.
Oh, that's empowerment, man.
Yeah.
That just makes them feel good.
Yeah.
To know that, you know, if I think I'm right and I get somebody else to agree that I'm right, because there's no other course than to agree with
you
it.
just spoil speech. You spoil. You just spoil speech, but it's epistemology.
Well, it depends on the person. Like I said, it all goes back to motivation and intent. Do you want to tear people down, or do you want to show people that they're not thinking through not just that belief, but other beliefs that they've picked up in the same manner?
See, I want to believe the second, but I think I might be guilty of the first.
Well, I mean, if you know it's going to crumble their world in a certain way, if they're deep in that, and it's something that they're, you know, stem their whole day upon, and you're going to just to want to shout the truth out. I mean, it seems like the right thing to do. You're going to hurt some feelings for sure. Or
should you do that?
Even break up some families, maybe. You know, you get a young kid. You say, hey, you know why this? Oh, you know what? You're right, man. Go home. You know what? Fuck Jesus. Oh, out of the house, you little bastard. You sinner. Go smoke crack with that guy you talked to yesterday. You know, might get that. Never know.
Yeah, this is why. Yeah, should we even argue religion?
Yeah.
Yes. No, we should argue religion because they keep trying to put it in the damn government.
Very true. Yeah.
And I am against this. No.
You can't even run for anything unless you say you're Christian.
I know. It's ridiculous.
Crazy.
But because of that kind of, should we not bother? Just let them get on with it.
No, because that's the thing, right? Like if it was just you and your beliefs and you were living your beliefs and not affecting anyone, fine, I don't care. But when you not only want to go and like proselytize and win people over, but you want to, on top of that, like create legislation that dictates how other people live their lives based on your beliefs. Like, no, I crossed the line. And if they insist on infiltrating the government, then I insist on calling them on their shit.
Yeah, that's true.
It's also funny, just like a few laws like banning what's it called? The stupid what was the thing called again that recently happened in Canada? I'm trying to remember. Oh yeah, the banning of what's the thing called? That's this stricken where they conversion therapy when they can ban that in Canada
Oh
and
yeah,
a couple other weird stuff. I just
yeah,
love how people are like, they outlawed Christianity because they banned this one thing and that has been banned in America already for years.
yeah. That was converting gays to believe they're not gays.
Basically,
Yeah, yeah,
well, definitely more than that because there's definitely the whole trauma it caused.
But the persecution complex, right? That whole martyr syndrome works in their favor, does it not? I mean, it creates like a enthusiasm and urgency and greater participation.
Yeah, but also it makes them just view that as long as they view themselves as being persecuted, whether or not they're actually being persecuted, as
yeah,
being legitimate.
yeah,
Because I forgot what verse it is. It's like a certain verse to say like, "Oh, the world will hate you" or something, and they take that to an extreme that basically making any instance that they think somebody is persecuting them, if anything, just opposing them. It makes them view themselves as being persecuted and view themselves as legitimate.
I think Jill is a perfect example of that.
Was it the Jehovah's Witnesses that made the basement tapes?
I'm not sure what.
I don't know much about the Jehovah's Witnesses. I know some stuff, but not a bunch about them.
I think it was the Jehovah's Witness, but they were like, preaching the end times persecution and stuff, and so they made like reenactment recordings, I guess, of like the faithful hiding in basements and like soldiers coming and.
I would like to say that's just them, but it's definitely not just them. A lot of people do that and believe that, and it's really getting annoying.
The whole doomsday, prepare your bunkers.
And it's like annoying. Like you have like obviously Kent Hovind, but then it just spreads to so many different people. Like if anybody's ever heard of Veckel, he has like his little 12 series, and that's supposed to be taking Revelation and using things about the world. It's like, oh no, the end time is coming, and the Democrats are no, he doesn't use it in the series. Democrats, it's kind of implied given his own language now, is that they're gonna come after us with guns and everything in martial law.
It's so weird because just how extreme everything has gotten is so weird. Like, I remember friendly debates over politics, right? Like, just friendly fire. And now it's insane. It's like, that side is evil, and they're demon worshippers, and they eat babies, and we should kill them, and we should hang them, and it's time for a civil war, and we're gonna have to fight like hell and spill some blood. And I'm just like, what the fuck is wrong with you people?
And then you have the other side saying, hey, their God wants them to kill babies. They're immoral. Yeah. We should kill them. Yeah. It's almost like they're fighting over morality.
It's so weird. It's crazy. To be fair, I don't hear a lot of Democrats talking about taking up war right now.
Well, part of it does indeed have to tie into just the stupid conspiracy theories that people believe in, and pseudoscience and all these other myths and stuff that's just been fabricated and put into their minds, and then it's like, oh, they'll take this conspiracy theory and they'll try to tie it into this passage of Revelation, and that's what this conspiracy is. Oh no, it's the freaking microchip is the mark on the base. Oh wait, no, it's a piece of cloth that Muslims wear. Oh no, it's actually the coronavirus vaccine.
They've done that for forever, though.
I know.
I don't get it.
Well, part of that slightly has to do with the people's lack of knowledge on these certain subjects. Like, where there's these gaps in specific knowledge, you have your typical quacks and con men coming in to fill in that void. If that the knowledge of what that thing's actually about doesn't get there first. And it doesn't just hold true for say Christianity. It also holds true for history, science, and so many other things.
Oh yeah, history's constantly being rewritten.
Oh yeah.
Well, and it's also the issue of it's also the issue of say pop culture or pop science, especially, and it happens to history and all that, because you see in the media specific things depicted. That's what the idea people have in their mind would it be about Columbus proving the Earth, to be flat, not flat, but a globe. That's a myth. Yeah, it's constantly repeated and depicted in media, or sharks going crazy and trying to kill and eat people. Another myth that's constantly depicted in media, or even stuff about simple enough as like the Exodus is wrongly depicted, and then let alone science, where people like in Night of the Museum, somebody pointed out there's a talk about you evolved from the monkey. It's like, no, you wouldn't have evolved from the capuchin monkey. That would be your cousin, not your ancestor. And just these little bits and pieces that pop up here and there that seem meaningless, but given how much they're repeated, people just have these ideas in their mind whether or not they're actually true.
Well, a lot of like I was thinking of like was it Mormons that have the special underwear, right? Now that was supposed to be that the garments made of skins that God made for Adam and Eve were given to I can't forget who it is, but they ended up in Noah's hands, and his son stole them, and they ended up in America, and that's why they wear those special garments. They're representative of Adam and Eve's.
I wonder if they stole that from Jasher.
But it doesn't say anything, right? Yeah, it's in Jasher. Yeah, it's stuff in Jasher, in the book of Jasher.
And that's a stupid thing. Both books of Jasher are completely made up. They're it's just
one is fabricated,
scam.
And then the other one they're not sure about, but it seems to be.
No, both are fabricated.
Oh, they both are.
One is an obvious fabrication. The other, somebody just took a bunch of old Jewish myths and compiled them into one book and said that's the book of Jasher. We don't actually have an existing book of Jasher anywhere. But since people, these two fabrications, best way to put it, one not entirely, but it's still just a compilation of things that isn't the original book of Jasher. It might as well count as a fabrication.
We could say the same about the Gospels.
It's crazy, right?
What we're trying to say with these, they're just floating around, and people are like, "Oh yeah, this is actually what it's legitimate." But yeah, it's also part of the reason why people will try to believe in some weird nonsense about I think there's something in Jasher talking about like trying to say to like how this thing about the Nephilim in the Bible, right?
Yep.
Well, there's some passage in Jasher, I think it is, where it talks about animal hybrids with the angels and creating monsters from it. Even though obviously Jasher's not a legitimate book, since people hear that, you have this group of people trying to find the existence of giants and whatnot, are also trying to find the existence of satyrs and griffins and whatnot. Which weird enough as it is. Recently, I was thinking about like the stupidity of obviously ancient aliens, but also like the idea of ancient giants and the whole belief people have of the Vatican and Smithsonian cover up the existence of giants. And that crazy nonsense behind it. And then what's weird, two channels I follow, like about a day later, air two videos about talking about that nonsense out of the blue.
Yeah, that whole giant thing is pretty big deal among some people. I see that quite a bit because they try to associate, the demigods with, it's a lot of cool Star Trek episodes in there, but we really never know.
Well, even then, like within regards to the Bible, though it's obviously referring to the giants, the closest size you're going to get to any size being named off is Goliath's size. And that's not even really that big in comparison to the kind of giants that these conspiracy theorists come up with. Like they say 9 all the way up to 20 feet tall. And since they are also younger creationists, they sometimes claim 30 to 50 feet tall.
Oh wow! Yeah, I heard like the 8 to 9 feet. That would make more sense if there's a certain type of was it gigantism or whatever they call it? That might have been about in that time.
We've been like the case with Goliath, for example. People say 9 feet. However, that's, if I'm correct, that's a bit of a later translation. And the older ones don't even say that. I think they say about around 6, maybe 7 feet tall.
Okay, like just a big dude, a tall guy.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Which it
And
makes
even
a lot of
then, like the quote
too,
unquote the giant legends that they quote unquote find, or the skeletons of giants that they claim to find, quite often either end up being something like some normal sized humans alongside some cave bear bones.
Oh, okay. Because I see a lot of that. People talk about the newspaper clippings or the photos and clippings that were taken out of, like, let's say a popular newspaper at the time that recorded the digging or something like that. And the Smithsonian and them are all in on it. It's really weird.
Well, they also kind of neglect the fact that it's like, yeah, they're saying that, but they're not also going to talk about things like the bone wars and people's constant fabrication of things at that time to make a quick buck or get famous.
Right.
They
Things
won't mention like the madness of the Fiji mermaid.
Right.
Or any of the, or especially the Cardiff giant. They don't want to talk about that one because that's an obvious hoax.
I've heard that one. Is that the I see all the fake photos look so cheesy. They always have these fake photos around.
Right.
Yeah.
But one of the also slightly ironic, some of these people try to say the Vatican's in on it, that they're trying to cover up the existence of giants.
Right. Yeah.
But at the same time, it's slightly contradictory because typically say just like, oh well, they're actually Satanists in disguise and all that, right? It's like, yeah, of course, yeah, likely story.
Yeah,
but even the ones that the ones that don't acknowledge that, it's like you got to think about this critically. It's like, so these people are going around and they're finding the skeletons of giants, which according to them is proof that the Bible is true, right? So if that's the case, they themselves would have to acknowledge that the Bible is true, and that God and everything else, and the whole thing, right?
It's another.
So why try to hide the skeletons of these things, or be a Satanist if they are well aware that God of the Bible exists because of these skeletons?
That's a good point. Yeah, that's proof right there in a way. Yeah. Yeah,
it's like the Vatican, like especially since they're claiming the Vatican's doing it. It's like, so wait, the Vatican, a Christian organization, is apparently covering up the existence of giants that would prove the Bible.
Right, they'll put that thing standing up right in front of the freaking Vatican and say, "Look."
Right.
Well, according to some conspiracy theories, the Catholics aren't really Christians; they're in league with the devil.
Oh yeah, obviously with that, but still, like these people are supposed to be all Satanists according to those conspiracy theories. But if you think about it, it's like they themselves are saying this. It's like, do you really think they would want to be a Satanist for long, knowing what would come if they stay a Satanist?
Right. Yeah. Promoting the
but also there's also like one of the videos I watched on this. Yeah, one of the videos I watched on this, the person was saying that's like, oh, the people found a skeleton and they told the priest, and the priest is like, oh, don't go near it, it's a devil, and we're gonna get rid of it, right? And it's like, and they're still in this group of people are trying to depict the Vatican as evil, right? But at the same time, it's like they put that in their little account. It's like, wait a minute, if they're evil, but they're saying not to go near the skeleton of a giant, which they call a devil, and we know they kind of Genesis, then why would they be considered evil if they're acknowledging the thing that is most likely regarded as evil in the Bible as evil?
Right.
So how is the Catholic Church evil in that instance? It doesn't make sense.
Nope. It's funny.
Yeah. And also, what especially doesn't make sense is that some of them try to disprove evolution with the existence of giants. But it's like, wait a minute. So you believe that account of the Bible is correct, and you believe, particularly Genesis 6, and you believe that these skeletons, obviously not agreeing with them, but just, under the circumstances of their, own belief, you believe that these skeletons are, the remnant of the Nephilim and all that.
Right.
So how would this disprove evolution? They're meant to be abominations. They're meant to be hybrids that weren't supposed to exist.
Right.
According
yeah,
to
mutations or something like that. That's what pretty much is.
Yeah, so it's like that doesn't make sense to say that they disprove evolution because it came about because of things that wasn't supposed to happen naturally, and evolution is natural. So once again, it just doesn't make sense in their argumentation.
Right. It's just,
And the part of their argumentation is like, oh, they don't want to bring forth the existence of giants because it would disprove evolution. It's like, I mean, according to you, it wouldn't. It would just prove
Right.
Christianity is true according to you, and that's all it would do. And hate to break it to them, many Christians do believe in evolution. So finding the bones of giants wouldn't make them doubt evolution.
right. Right, yeah.
Basically, it's just like a story with a bunch of plot holes.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes if you let somebody talk enough, they'll defeat their own argument. Like,
Well, not to mention, it's just a lot of it's just, aside from using the giant skeletons, a good portion of it is just a copy and paste of Ancient Aliens, which is a copy and paste of Ancient Aryans.
right.
But yeah.
It's crazy.
Oh yeah, and of course, like Bond is pointing out, you can't say it like evolution. You got to say evolution because it's evil.
Oops.
You know, some of the stories like they present for like the giants, especially in Native American giants, quote unquote.
Oh yeah,
it gets pretty suspicious because like one of them is like one of the legends they give forth is like it just goes to show just like, do you really want to trust the people that are saying this? Because the legend goes is that there's a bunch of skeletons of giants lying around in this random desert. Sounds a bit familiar, but just keep going with it.
Right.
And the conquistadors are the ones writing this, and they're saying that the Native Americans say that these were giants that were doing, of course, they got to throw in sodomy in there. So, they were doing sodomy and whatnot.
Yeah.
And that all of a sudden a handsome winged person comes flying down and zaps them with a sword.
Wow.
And it's like so this account comes from conquistadors, like you just said. It sounds a bit suspicious.
Like
they may have purposely added their own beliefs into it.
Yeah, because the story I heard from like the Native Americans in that like Apache, Mescal Apache Navajo area, and then in Geronimo's I forgot what book it was that they interviewed him in. It was giants were ruling them, controlling them, and having as slaves, and they revolted against the giants, forcing them into caves, and then burning the entrance of the cave, smoking and killing them out. And there was a thing where there were it was actually eagles were dropping rocks upon the giants, helping in the fight against.
I know one of them is the Lovelock Cave account.
Yeah, because the giants have the bear, and I think it's certain animals to help him. And then the people had the eagles, the birds, pretty much. And I think I'm not sure if I don't think it was the wolf. It was another animal that helped them fight against them to cast them away into the caves. I can't remember what other animal was, but I know there's eagles were flying and dropping rocks on them. And they even have a big
probably
rock
the
in the middle of
Thunderbird
the desert, saying that's one of the rocks that did the final blow. All kinds of weird stories.
Well, I know with the account of Lovelock Cave, though there is many variations. It's typically cannibal red-haired giants that they drove out, right?
Yeah.
Into a cave, suffocated the rest of them in the cave.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they did
the rest of the story.
Yeah.
However, not all of them actually have the giant aspect of being an account. One of them, legend, I forgot what her name was, but basically she said that they were just normal sized humans that were red haired and cannibals and sent into a cave and killed.
Yeah, I mean it's all like what do you call it? Oral traditions and lore. So it must when it disperses, the stories have to change. I'm sure, or mostly added on.
Well, if anybody knows, and this is typically where the conspiracy theorists will try to take it, but then won't admit everything else that has to do with it, is that some human remains were found in Lovelock Cave alongside some things like fake duck decoys and a couple other things. But the human remains were normal sized.
Right.
And they did have red hair, but the red hair wasn't their natural color. it was actually the result of taphonomy. Basically, over time, due to certain conditions and chemicals and other stuff, the hair appears to change color. It's why the Egyptians' hair appears as red, or a mammoth or a ground sloth's hair that we can find appears as red, even though it wasn't naturally that color.
Right. Yeah. That's a good point.
And then also nearby the cave is a fossil deposit filled with the bones of cave bears and mammoths. So it's basically believed that they may have come across this, and some of the original legends started off with them being normal-sized humans, but cannibals and with the red hair. But then also seeing the nearby giant remains of extinct animals, not knowing what they were, they just believed that they were giant red-haired cannibals. And then a good portion of the quote-unquote giant skeletons of humans that you see pictures of and people say are from Lovelock Cave, yeah, those are from tourist traps. Yeah, because around the 50s and 60s, I believe it was, people heard of like the legend of Lovelock Cave, so they started creating a bunch of tourist traps and fake skeletons to put on displays, like, come and see the giants from Lovelock Cave and the remains.
I can see that definitely happen. It's even like it happens over there. How many places can you go? I haven't been there, but you see certain documentaries when you're a kid or you get old, you see these other things. This is where Jesus' tomb is. This is where Jesus was buried. There's like different places. They have tourists.
Oh, Ron White is most notorious.
Yeah, they get people there. They get them there and they want to see those places and they got to see it. It's man, money. It's all money.
Well, and then especially like with Ron Wyatt, and I think it's Turkey, I believe it is, the government, they have like this place and this like it's basically a tourist trap. It's because of this weird formation that vaguely looks like the Ark that most people think of when they think of the Ark. And so many people try to claim, oh, they found the Ark. It's like, no, that's all mud. There really is no structure there.
I remember this.
And then
years ago, wasn't it?
Yeah. Most repeat. The person who most got it popularized for the most part was Ron Wyatt, but because of the internet, of course, people just started believing it even more, and then younger frationists believe it quite often because Kent Hovind believes it's real.
Yeah, it made the news. I remember it was in the news, and it was like they're talking about the dimensions, and this has to be it, and all this other stuff. Weird, yeah. Crazy.
Well, part of the issue with that is that one, that's what we think the Ark looked like. That's what we see in popular media. That doesn't necessarily mean that's what the Ark looked like, because there's actually three different theories, and all tie into the kind of materials these people would have had access to.
Right, I heard like a big cube, a big circular type deal, and yeah.
Well, there's a Medivh, what's it called, raft house that is suggested. There's a corcle, and which is this weird woven basket that people still use to this day as well, like the Medivh house raft. But also maybe even a house inside of that corcle. And then there's one more, which is just a wooden box. Not even the shape of what's it called, what people typically think of the Ark, but more or less just a wooden box.
Yeah.
And more akin to something you would see in Egyptian artwork. So those are basically the three best theories for what the Ark actually looked like. And people just think, oh, well, it looks like what we think the Ark looks like. So they're, to end the modern era, what you see in media. So it's got to be the Ark. And yeah, Ron Weiss is definitely responsible for a bunch of myths. Especially like a notorious one is like the quote unquote Red Sea crossing.
Oh yeah. The wind or
you heard of that one?
The River Jordan, if you could have a wall on one side and the wind could blow it one way, and if you could just build up something on the other, and all this other weird stuff. Yeah.
Well, the thing is with like the whole quote unquote Red Sea crossing and apparently finding chariot wheels down there. One, those aren't even the right kind of chariot wheels. Two, they apparently were laced with, they had gold plating, which would have been terrible for a desert. It would have made you constantly slip and wouldn't be able to grasp.
And you wouldn't take the gold chariot out, gold chariots out to chase people,
Yeah. Too bulky. I believe that's also a case with it. It says too bulky. and it doesn't have the proper things to keep it on the chariot. And then just the fact that it doesn't look like a chariot wheel from that era, let alone an Egyptian chariot wheel. And then there's also the issue that it's in the wrong location because it's actually not the Red Sea, but the Reed Sea. And then another problem, it's deeper than any submarine at that time could have dove to.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, so Ron Wyatt claims it was at a certain depth. Yeah, there was no submarine around that, or even like I think scuba gear, I believe it is. No, it was scuba gear, not submarine, because they were claiming they went down there with scuba gear and all that. The thing is, they didn't have any equipment that could go that deep at that time, so it's even too deep. The quote unquote location they found it at was even too deep for them to even dive to at that time. They didn't have the technology for that yet.
And most likely it was probably just they're shipping either something across or something like that, boat sank or.
Yeah. So everything about the story it just doesn't add up. Wrong location, too deep, and doesn't even look like an Egyptian chariot wheel.
There's probably some sailors going over. Say, I'm gonna throw this wheel out overboard. I said, no, don't do it. What's it gonna do? Splash.
Yeah. Yeah, those little things are just annoying sometimes because people want to believe in them. It's like, no, you really shouldn't believe in that bullshit.
Yeah. I found out about that whole
part of
years
it
ago, that ARC thing, because my family's really religious and Catholic and some Christians here and there, and they were all in on it, man. They were just like in on it. They were waiting for it.
Well, part of it, when it comes to these, quacks and conmen, they present form of promise basically towards the people that are going to believe in it, and that is that this is ultimate proof that the supernatural is real and God is real, and that the skeptics will have nothing to say.
And they offer the truth with a certain type of validity to it, where people are searching, and some people are that way. They'll grab it, and they want the truth. If they're weak-minded enough, they'll grab onto what they were taught is the truth, or lead to more of that.
Well, didn't you also have people like Kent Hovind? They'll create false dilemmas or false arguments, straw men, so they create like this. Like, I forgot what it was I recently was watching. Basically, Kent Hovind was talking about like, this is what they'll say about the rocks, right? Even though nobody says that about the rocks. And it's more or less creating a straw man saying this is what your opposition will say, even though that's not what they say at all.
Right.
And it's trying to get them have this idea of like, oh, don't trust them. They can't explain this. They have no explanation for it.
That's how you like strengthen your armies. They want to kill you. They don't want. They want. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
It is a mad world.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Wildheart, are you there? Wildheart, you got midnight in the.
Hello.
Hey, Sparks.
You're welcome.
What's up? Thank you, Brojo. So, hey, hello, almost first day twin. I'll never get
Unless
tired
he
of
was
that.
purposely ignoring you, maybe. I don't know.
Well, maybe. But so what's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Let's see. Who do we have here? We have Brojo, manly man. Plastic Jesus, Vic, definitely manly man. Mr. Lizard, not really. You got Pixie, definitely a manly man.
That's
Wildheart, wow. What are you doing, man?
manly man.
No, you're not.
Don't be offended. He just called me a manly man.
Yeah.
Can't mean that much.
It wasn't doing.
How's it going? Like, do you want to sing?
Actually, yes.
Yes, get in. What do you want to sing?
Let's see. I want to find the Donnie Darko. If somebody
right
can
on.
find me the Donnie Darko Mad World, I'll sing that.
Right on.
Go do that.
That's still my favorite British slang at the moment.
Can somebody else find it, or do I have to find it?
I'm looking right now. Donnie Darko.
Mad World. They're doing.
You got it?
They're doing the Tears for Fears song, Mad World.
Yeah.
Yeah, the one from Donnie Darko.
Brilliant.
I don't know. No.
I love that movie. The sequel, not so much.
The sequel was weird, and not
know,
in a
right?
good way.
Okay, we have Michael Andrews and Gary Jules, right?
Yes, it's Gary Jules.
Okay, let me I'll
Oh,
put the link in private there. Or?
Yep.
Tears for Fears.
Right on.
Tears for Fears. Great band.
Got to give the first album a listen. Great album.
In the private.
Okay, hang on a sec. Let's see. Let me go over here. Let me screen share because sharing is caring, or caring is sharing. Hey, I'm singing that.
Watch your brother. There you go, in the neck. Take it away.
Okay, hold on.
I want to sing it.
No, fuck you. I'm doing it.
Everybody's
Oh yeah, this is the different version.
All around me are familiar faces, worn out places, worn out faces, bright and early for the daily races, going nowhere, going nowhere. Their tears are filling up their glasses, no expression, no expression. Hide my head, I wanna drown my sorrow. No tomorrow, no tomorrow. And I find it kind of funny, I find it kind of sad. The dreams in which I'm dying are the best I've ever had. I find it hard to tell you, I find it hard to take. When people run in circles, it's a very, very mad world. Mad world. Children waiting for the day they feel good. Happy birthday, happy birthday. Made to feel the way that every child should. Sit and listen, sit and listen. When I went to school and I was nervous, no one knew me, no one knew me. Hello teacher, tell me what's my lesson? Looking right through me, look right through me. And I find it kind of funny, I find it kind of sad. The dreams in which I'm dying are the best I've ever had. I find it hard to tell you, I find it hard to take. When people run in circles, it's a very, very mad world. Mad world. Enlarging your world. Mad world. Okay, I know I was kind of out of sync, but
right on, man.
It's all right.
That was good.
That is a redone version. You know the original, the
original
version. You got to watch the video. Check out the video.
I like the Gary Jules version where he's playing.
Well, Gary
the
Jules is
piano.
from Yeah, he is from Tears for Fears.
Okay, Mr. Lizard, Mr.
He
Lizard,
just
I'm sorry,
redid
I'm
it.
sorry to, Mr. Lizard, I'm sorry to make you deaf.
Matter of fact, I had a dream I was dying last night.
What? What happened?
I was
Yeah.
like in a restaurant or bar. These two guys come in, like they were, I don't know, like they were holding up the place, and I'm trying to escape. And do you ever
Oh,
have those
wow.
dreams, that instance where
Yeah.
you know that they're pulling a gun and they're going
Yep.
to just
Yeah.
about shoot you, and you're just
Yep.
yeah.
Dude,
That
I
was
had
the
like
same
this.
thing I had last night.
Mine was like real. I was in a movie theater, a long hallway, right? So we're going to the movies with the kids. It's weird. It's like really like strange, right? A lot of red curtains everywhere and like big wooden doors. Anyway, in a movie theater, going in there, and then there's people. Somebody goes and starts shooting. You know something's going on, right? So everybody runs, and I'm right there, like ducking down next to something, and then I just see a dude come. I don't see his face or anything. See a gun pop, and I feel like a warm fucking sensation, like just hit me, and I wake up.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not a dream about me dying, but like a few days ago, I was sleeping in my chair, and for some goddamn reason, I dreamed about being in a mall. I dreamed about. Let me try again. I dreamed about being in a mall and being annoyed by being annoyed by children, right? Like and then at a certain point, I saw those kids walking, like walking with like with any mom, like you know what I mean, like a fucking Muslim, like what the fuck?
Muslim,
What's like what the fuck?
That makes you
Those kids were bothering me throughout the fucking dream, and then all of a sudden I see them. I see them walking with any mom. I'm like, what the fuck? What are you trying to tell me, brain?
I don't know. I have weird dreams. Even when they're not nightmares, they're weird. But I've been killed by any manner of things in my dreams, creatures and situations and craziness.
But the big deal to me, that always raises the question as to what the fuck dreams even are. What is consciousness in the first place? I have this.
Yeah, exactly, because when I say all manner of creatures, I don't necessarily mean creatures based in reality either.
Well, yeah, I get that.
But like a weird dream. Like I had this weird dream where I was being chased by this lizard-looking thing. It was just running. I'm running, fucking running, right?
Okay.
Now I used to sleepwalk when I was a kid and wake up under the table, right? But I was running this fucking dream, and then when I wake up, I'm fucking like cowering down in the backyard. At that time, I think I was like maybe 7 or 8 years old.
Well, that's disturbing.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I was in the fucking backyard.
But my super munchkin. Oh, go ahead.
Well, no, I just wanted to say, I'm still trying to figure it out whether because to me it just seems like the mind seems to be like its own, like its own pocket dimension, pocket universe. Because
pocket.
Well, no, I'm not saying hot pocket. I'm just saying it's kind of hard to put into words because it sounds so fucking insane when you say it out loud.
My super munchkin had a sleepwalking issue when she was real young, and I found her in the garage. I found her in the backyard.
Oh wow!
One time I had to start blocking the front door with the couch every night. No, because she climbed up on the coffee table, unlocked the door, walked across the street, and knocked on the door of somebody else's house. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Luckily, it was her friend's house, and her friend's mom was knocking on my door at 2 a.m. But so I used to have to push my couch in front of the door, right? And it was so weird because it was always during nightmares where she thought she lost me. Like I died, she couldn't find me, something horrible happened, and I was gone. And I would just find her in odd, random places.
No, I chuckled because my mom tied my leg to the bed.
I just let her grow out of it. Well, and I let her. They say co-sleeping is bad. I don't care. I let her come sleep with me anytime she wanted. Okay. Sometimes she would ask me to come lay down with her, but I just made her feel as safe as I could, and she just grew out of it.
It's almost it's almost as if kids have a safe environment, they grow up well adjusted. Hmm.
She did have some like I think it was she also had some like what do they call it? When they don't like it when you leave.
Abandonment issues.
No, it's like attachment or like
Well, that's part of abandonment issues, though.
I know, but there's a specific word I'm looking for and I usually know it and I can't think of it right now. Separation anxiety.
Yeah, there is.
She had severe separation anxiety. Like if her dad left, she would scream for about 20 minutes, but I could calm her down. If I left, like even to go to class, I had to start and no, I know she sounds spoiled. She's not spoiled. She's a sweetheart. She works for her money. But like when she was real little, I had to get to where like before class and after class, like she would have to walk me upstairs, get a treat from the vending machine and go back down and walk me to class and go back down with her dad. And then he'd have to come pick me up and we'd get a soda from the vending machine and we'd go home. Right. But like that's how I had to do it to teach her that it was okay for me to leave because if I was gone for 3 hours, she would scream for 3 hours.
Wow.
My older brother had that same issue. He would stand by the window and scream and cry for hours sometimes, and go normal, then go back and cry. It's really weird. Well, I mean, I don't think my brother ever grew out of it. He still cries for my mom.
Oh, she's like super independent now.
That's
I
good.
guess we did okay, just kind of.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, she's really independent and
She's a strong, independent woman who doesn't need her mom.
That's how my daughter was when she turned 18. I mean, she was already working. She got out of high school, started working, and just moved out as soon as she could. Just boom.
we employ her actually.
Oh, sweet. Nice.
No, like we put it this she goes to the other house we own and does stuff over there. Like she doesn't get paid for her chores, but if she goes above and beyond her chores and helps at the other house or she helps me with my chores or she helps Nana, we'll pay her for that. But mostly I pay her for her grades.
You're such a good mother.
Oh, cool.
I pay her for her grades because school is her job. So she gets performance pay.
That's kind of weird. That's the same thing I did with my kids. It was like that's their work. That's what they're doing. They need to build on that. You don't want to mess that up too much. So you give them certain chores to do, but you don't want to over push them.
Exactly.
Make sure they focus on that and get their work and help. Get on there and help them add on to it too. Let them know things that they don't teach them in school. It takes time, but it works out very well, I think.
Exactly. She got to pick her private tutor that comes over and helps her. And it's a family friend, so that they don't charge or anything, but like they come and sit with her, and then what they don't help with, I help with, because she likes different approaches in different subjects. That's fine. And then but she knows, like if she can't get to her chores or something, she'll just be like, "Hey mom, like I have a really busy week. Can you or dad help me?" And that's fine. She knows where school comes first.
And I have to say this: you're a good mom.
Thank you. I try. I am by no means perfect.
You're certainly better than my mom.
I have learned to apologize.
Yeah, it's always better to counsel, than to punish, I think.
It is.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, I think different people respond to different, like, I don't want to say punishments as in like corporal or anything, but different, like, if you scolded my sister, she would pout and then she'd go think about it and then she'd come out, If you scolded me, I got defiant. Like it was a fight. Like if you wanted to talk to me, you come talk to me, but that's not how this was going to go down,
Right.
Like,
yep.
So I think like just different personalities too.
I ran out of the house many times arguing with my mom. You're not hitting me for nothing.
Trust me. I walked out on her going for a walk. I've yelled at her. I'm pretty sure the neighbors probably thought I was insane. Probably thought I was crazy. Like, you know what I mean? It was.
Oh my god, I was
it
the
was bad.
scapegoat. I was the scapegoat. I got in trouble so much for shit I didn't even do.
Oh,
Tell
I
me
wasn't
about
even
it.
there for it.
I was a middle child, older or younger brother. They pointed the finger straight at me. You know,
Okay,
they
I
were the
have
golden
a
child and the baby, so they could tell no lie. So I better start
okay.
running.
Well, yeah, all right. I have a sister 22 months older than me, a sister 22 months younger than me, and a brother 8 years younger than me.
Oh wow, it's weird. I have a brother 2 years younger than I, one year older than I, but I have a sister who's 7 or 8 years older than I.
Yeah. So it's like, yeah.
Yeah.
But I was the middle child too.
It's tough being the middle child, that's for sure.
It is.
It really is. People say it's no, I know it's not, but it really is.
They're like, oh, the older child has so much responsibility, and I'm like, you know what? My older sister, I love my sister. We get along great. I love her to death. But my God, she was bossy as hell as kids. And I would do like the whole malicious compliance thing, like she would want to make me play like school all the time, and it would piss me off. And so she would make me the bad kid and my other sister the good kid. And so I would go like way overboard on being bad, and she'd be like, "No, you're doing too much," and I'm like, "Fuck you."
Yep. Yeah. I was stuck at my cousin's house, and they wanted to play school, and they had to be the teacher, they had to be the principal, and you had to be the student. So I made sure that I was a real asshole of a student.
Oh, my sister used to lock us in the back room. Like lock us. Okay, there was this back room with a deep freeze in it, right? But there was no heating and air conditioner in there. It would get brutally hot in the summer. She's to lock us in that room. I remember one time she slapped my little sister, and I was yelling at her, and she yelled at me, and she slapped me, so I slapped her back, and then she just looked stunned. And I looked at my little sister, and I was like, oh shit. So we like ran to the bathroom and locked it. She broke through the fucking lock. She just broke straight through the door and never locked again. Just boom.
Damn.
Yeah.
I wonder why kids do that. Like my brothers used to try. Well, they caught me a couple times where they'll like, duct tape you to a chair and leave laughing.
My sister duct taped me to the chair once, but she did that because I didn't want her to do. Okay, because we're 22 months apart, right? We had a lot of friends in the same age group, and so sometimes we'd hang out separately, and sometimes we'd hang out in one big group. And she had decided that if I was going to go anywhere with her, that I had to look better than I did. And she insisted on doing my hair and my makeup. And I was a real big tomboy, and I was like, no, fuck you. And I got taped to a chair.
Oh, geez.
But I learned to do one makeup pattern. To this day, it's the only makeup pattern I can do. I can use different colors, but it's the only pattern I know. And I learned it so that she would leave me the fuck alone. I regret it though. I don't regret being a tomboy, but I regret not learning some girly. Like I wish I could French braid hair. I can't do
Never
that.
too late. Never too late to learn.
What is it with girls? Those want to put makeup on guys.
I mean, hey, there are some guys out there who like makeup. Femboys exist.
No, I was like in 7th grade or around that
Maybe
time.
they're
high.
practicing.
I'd hang out with chicks sometimes to go to their house or something just to listen to music or just hang out. Nothing, weird. They always
want to put makeup on you or paint your nails.
Right. Yeah. Always want to do something like that.
We were always painting our guy nail friends.
I forget. I forget what indigenous group it is, but in one indigenous tribe, it's actually the men who dress up as women.
Oh, I think you know what you're talking about. They have a dance too where they paint themselves up in like a lot of makeup and they'll go out and like try to attract women by dancing, right? Almost like the reverse opposite, like
yeah.
Makeup wasn't originally like a feminine thing.
Well, I mean, yeah, considering money.
Yeah.
It's like jewelry wasn't, I don't know. But I had a friend who, we went to school with this trans kid, and this trans kid was getting made fun of like hardcore. And so my friend, who is heterosexual, straight as hell, I mean, cisgendered straight boy, he borrowed my other friend's like blue and green plaid summer dress and platform shoes and like painted his nails and put on makeup and like went to school like that.
Oh, right on. That's cool.
And
there's a man.
He was kind of popular, he was a jock. And so he was like, "Yeah, fucking say something to me."
All right, that's pretty cool.
Yeah,
he was that he was that comfortable in his sexuality. I'm like, okay, I'll wear a dress, sure.
Yeah. Well, he also had a rebel side. Like he was a jock, you know, but he was also like the reason he was in our friend group was because he had a rebel side. Like, yeah, he was the jock, but he's also a guy that like pulled the fire alarms and sprayed fire extinguishers down the hall
Right, yeah,
while
the
he
fun guy.
passed us like he passed us a J to go in the janitor's closet while he, you know, like
That's pretty cool. He did that dress up. The only thing I could think of that I'd
Yeah.
done something like that was this real like petite nerdy girl was sitting, you know, that she was really kind of shy, and we're sitting in class. Like I think it was history class. Anyway, she farted, right? So everybody looks and starts kind of like chuckling, and she starts to tear up. Luckily, I had some gas. I stood up and let one out, and everybody started laughing. You know, so that's what I think it made her feel a little better. I hope.
I mean, I hope I hope the windows were open.
That's pretty bad, man. Every time another dude farted too, it kind of like caught on a little bit. So, you know, I just couldn't take her. She started tearing up. I saw seen her start to cry. So I was like, fuck it.
You're a good man, Vic.
Yes, you are.
Never change.
Bless
My
her
buddy
heart.
across the class got one too. So it's pretty cool.
I wonder what Wildheart is doing. Oh wait, I know. He's drinking.
Oh, is he drinking again?
I don't know. Well, I mean,
One
he
day
is.
of
That's what he
sobriety?
said. But
Sober yesterday, drinking before that.
I
Dude,
don't
I-
think he was sober.
I had a friend take one to the team for the team.
Huh.
God, he was sick. He made himself so sick.
What'd
But
he do?
so we were all in the back of the school bus, and I wasn't smoking yet. It was before I started smoking, so I was not included in the fun. I mean, I was sitting with them, but I wasn't doing anything. And somebody had like a hole in the front of in the back of the seat in front of them on the bus, and so like people like were smoking, and then putting it out and putting it down the hole in the seat. And I guess somebody was like, "I smell smoke," and so the teacher started like walking back. Well, the people on the other side didn't have a hole to put it in, so they were shoving it in one of the kids' Gatorade bottles. So the teacher starts coming back, right? And he looks at this Gatorade bottle and he's like, "Fuck it," and he just chugs that thing.
Oh shit!
And I was like, "Oh God, so
Gross.
gross."
Wait, what?
Gross.
Why
Yeah.
the fuck? Why?
He threw as soon as he got off that bus, he was puking.
But why would he drink? He saw.
I don't know. I don't know why he did it. I have
Yeah.
never had that thought cross my mind.
It's crazy.
And then he passed the pack to the girl who had a hole in the back of her jacket. So she shoved it in the hole in the back of her jacket, like on the inside, so that they couldn't find it.
What are we doing here? Just to suffer? I don't know. Hey, Wildheart, are you here?
I had a very weird childhood. I just noticed that.
I mean, I had a very shitty
All right.
childhood. Yeah, shitty childhood. Anyways, Plastic Jesus, why are you named that?
Oh, I don't know. I just like the name, and one of my favorite. Well, I guess it'd be my favorite movie. I would say one of my favorite movies is Cool Hand Luke, and that song "Classic Jesus" is played in there, so I kind of like that. I don't know. I just dig it. It sounds right.
Reminds me of Dogma for some reason.
Oh, that's a good movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a pretty trippy movie.
I always
Yes.
wanted a Jesus bobblehead so I could stick him on the dash of my car and name him Ted Neely.
Ted Neely, the I Dream of Jeannie.
No, Ted Neely. He played Jesus in Jesus Christ Superstar, the
okay.
1972 version. But he did a lot of Broadway. He was a Broadway star. He did like a lot of Broadway shows.
Right on.
I have another question. Did you draw that yourself?
What?
The Avatar?
Oh no, that came from a favorite movie of mine. I just manipulated a little bit. I changed the eyes, the nose, the mouth, changed the ears, but I kept the suit and the shape of the face a little bit, and put a halo on him. It's from Coonskin. It's a cartoon, half cartoon, half movie, made in like '75. It has
Have you ever
Crothers
seen
in it.
Heavy Traffic? Because I remember watching.
Yes.
I didn't watch the entire thing. I remember watching Heavy Traffic. It was like a mix of live action and animated. It was so
It's
fucking
trippy.
weird.
It's the same thing. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's the same.
So
I think
is
it's probably
this
the
like
same guy.
is this like what inspired like the Roger Rabbit film?
Oh no, this is really gritty. This is more like this is the guy trying to break out of prison. They get outside, and this old man who's played by Scatman Crothers, this actor, start telling him a story about how his boys, him and his gang were doing and what they did. And it just shows like it's pretty trippy. It's about this, they're gonna break this guy. There's a preacher, a guy they call Bear, who's a bear, and then there's a rabbit, who's that guy there, who's the main character, who's actually in the same way the same guy that this guy's talking to in prison at the end. So it's pretty trippy. They go through all kinds of crap. They get caught up.
What's it called again?
Coonskin.
Coonskin.
Yeah,
that sounds
but
very racist.
It's pretty much like a, I don't want to say black exploit type deal, but it is. It has to do with there's like little poems and songs, there are little weird things in there that reference how America, how they see America, how people in the ghetto see it, and the shit that goes on down there, and how they have to live their lives that way, and they end up in prison because it's the only way they live, and it's a trip. You have to check it out. You can buy it on, I think that you get on YouTube. I own it. I think I got it a while back, but it might be available on YouTube still.
Okay, I see. Coonskin. I see.
They changed the name from Coonskin to something else, I think. It used to be called, no, they changed it to something else from Coonskin. They might have. Let me see. I own it. Let me see what it's called. They didn't change the name because of the racism, the racist issues. See. Oh, fuck. Popular. You know what I hate about YouTube is like, how do you get to your shit? There it is. Nope, that's the wrong one. YouTube. Your movies. Okay, here we go. Yeah, it's still called Coonskin. Yeah, Barry White is in it.
You're barely white.
Barely white. But I watched a lot of those movies when I was a kid because I was babysat a lot, well, quite a bit by my uncle and aunt, and he was a black dude, and he was like a black guy, where all his buddies come over, they're sitting playing, oh motherfucker, you piece of shit, I'll kick your ass, nigga, all that shit, So I grew up around that, and I grew up in that area where, so I dig that movie quite a bit. I could, very fluent in jive. And he would do that too. My uncle was always doing that kind of crap, always trying to bring us into his world,
So who here knows Greg Abbott?
Hey, Abbott. I don't know.
I guess he's somebody from Texas. Greg Abbott has officially directed Family and Protective Services to begin investigating all trans children in Texas and prosecuting their parents as child abusers. He has also instructed all teachers, doctors, and caregivers to begin reporting any trans students they see.
Whoa.
Yeah, but apparently they turned him down, which is good.
Yeah, that's hardcore shit. Yeah, it's like.
I mean, I don't know if you want to get into a political discussion.
Well, I mean, the thing is like it's what people want you to be and what people are or want to be. And are they old enough to really figure out what they want to be just because their friends are doing it because
and that's the
popular
point
on TV?
Right, that's the point.
Yeah.
A lot of people think that it's just a trans trend. You know what I mean? Like, oh, my son, my son wore high heels once, so that means he must be trans. And then and then you see pictures of these kids miserable as hell, while the parents are like, yeah, our kids are trans. We're good parents. We're letting it like.
Well, you could see it. I mean, if you're in a situation like that, for example, my little brother would like to dress in my mom's clothes and my sister's clothes a lot, and he was happy when he was doing it. But everybody called him names and talked crap to him, so he was kind of out of it. But he still was very feminine in certain ways. I mean, he'd spend like hours on his hair. He even put on light makeup to, pop pimples, everything. And he still had that thing. But And when he was younger, I can remember him crying because my older brother would really pick on him about it, other kids, but he would try to go out as that for a while until they dogged him out. He'd stop doing it. So in a weird way, he ended up on drugs and dead. So I don't know.
Is he dead?
Oh yeah, he got shot in the head about maybe I was 20. He was 24, 20. Yeah,
damn.
I was 26. I'm 47 now. Yeah, he was shot. Yeah, and I think a weird way is like if we had decent, we didn't really have parents. We had a kind of a mom that tried but didn't do. If he was allowed to be who he wanted to be in a good environment, in a way, I don't think he'd be ended up doing what he did. He abused women. He didn't like women, but yet he still
So he basically didn't like himself.
Right, I think so.
I think it's weird when, like, obviously no parent should ever push that on their child, and there's some situations where I wonder if that's being done, and that's troublesome. But I also, I agree with you. I think some of these people do need a safe space. I know a teenager going through that right now,
Mm-hmm.
And it took years for them to even get their parents to take it seriously.
Mm-hmm.
And it took years of counseling for the parents to take it seriously. And so, like, for the governor to just go in and threaten stupid shit like this,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's not surprising given who he is. I can't stand that man, but...
My nephew was going through issues like that. He wouldn't even talk to his parents. He lived up the street. His dad is just like, he's not very, but he's religious, but I think he was not Mormon, the other one, but I forgot what it was. Anyway, so he was really against that kind of stuff. So he was scared to talk to him. And his mom, on the other hand, was pretty much religious and didn't like that kind of stuff, but a whore herself. So he didn't want to take her advice because, he knows his mom, and he knows his mom will go, blow a dude for a cheeseburger for lunch. So he didn't want to talk to her. Yeah. She has like 5 kids. One she gave away. One doesn't even know who her real father is. One has a father he never met. It's weird. This just girls all over the place. But and he didn't want to still to fight. I was like, dude, be what you want to be. And he's scared of his father. And I was like, well, you're in high school. You already got your college shit set out. I said, when you're out of the house, do what the fuck you want to do. And then he goes to he actually got a scholarship. He's in New York for he got it for I think he was in a robotics class and all that technical stuff.
Ooh,
so when he's in college, right? He sends me a picture of himself in college with his friends, and he sends to everybody. His dad is super pissed on Facebook. You don't do that shit, blah blah blah. But he's wearing a full length fucking dress and a sweater and makeup, and he has long curly hair. But I was like, right on, dude. Exclamation mark. Live it. And his father was pissed, but
I don't get it. It's because
going through it, but.
Is it because they're embarrassed of that? Is it because they don't understand it? All the above?
I don't know. Maybe in this case, I think it was his father. He's scared of his father. His father's totally against it. His father's like, But then again, his father's selling fucking morphine and pills out of his basement. Who's he to say what's right and wrong?
Oh yeah.
I had a guy come down to my house with a gun pointing at me because of his pill dealings.
What?
My brother-in-law was staying with us, and I didn't know that he was going up the street and doing morphine and help dealing the morphine, right? So he's dealing pills, and he's doing other things too, like tramadols, Vicodins, and Adderalls. Anyway, I didn't know he was dealing shit. Some guy knocks on my door, and he goes, "Yeah, come outside." So I go out there. He spies his pickup truck, big white truck. And he has a gun right there. He pulls his thing up. He goes, pulls his shirt up over his gun to show me he has a gun. Pulls out these pills. He says, "Listen, motherfucker. These are the wrong fucking pills. I said I wanted Adderall. You're trying to fucking give me." I forgot what he said these are. I don't know. And I was like, whoa, what the fuck you talking about? So he draws his gun. "You better give me the right shit now, mother." I said, "Wait a minute. Who the fuck?" And he said he met the guy behind my house. And I was like, fuck, So I fucking walked up the street and had that guy come with me and said, "This is the guy you want to point the fucking gun at." I was like, fucking shit, man.
Wow.
Yeah.
I've never had a gun pulled on me before.
Oh, dude, I don't know how many times. Yeah. I had one chick pulled a gun on me. I think I told you this. My brother went to go visit this chick. It'd be like 5 minutes. I ended up waiting in the car for like 15. the bitch don't like me because we got arguments before. So I knock on the door, hey, tell James get the fuck out here. She closed the door, comes back with a fucking rifle, pointed at me, So I automatically, really quick, grab the fucking rifle from her, fucking punch her in the face. They call the cops. They call the cops and all this shit. And yeah, it was crazy. I think I was like about 15 at that time, 14, 15.
Did you get arrested?
No, because I explained everything to the cops and they talked to her, this and that, and they phoned her father. Why is this gun available for this girl to pull out? The gun was fucking loaded. He could have killed this guy. So, and they just saw my thing. I told them, hey, I just did it. I wasn't even thinking. I just grabbed it and punched her. And the cop was like, damn, pretty good. We could use you on the force. I think one of the cops said that. So it wasn't too bad. And I knew how to talk to, to people at that time because I was always doing the paperwork for my mom for court things or my brother's court things, this and that, or I always had to write the letters for everybody when they're sick.
Now is that now is that before or after you read The Power of Words?
This was before The Power of Words, but I think I wasn't a bookworm, but I was always in the library and I was always talking to adults, so I was pretty good.
Yeah, I was always in the library too. I remember skipping gym all the time just to go to the library.
Oh, I go to the public
like
library.
Some teachers would see me in there just minding my own business. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so I didn't want to go home, so after school I would go to the public library as Nashville State. It's really cool. Is they had this huge room in the middle that was open air top, kind of like a pavilion type deal, where they had like the soda machines, but they had the benches and chairs, so it was like open air. So I would go in there and just do my homework and read whatever, or walk around, or listen to tapes or some shit. Yeah. But I spent a lot of time talking to adults. I had no problem talking to officers. I've talked to many times before then. I was arrested when I was 12, 11 and a half, 12. For punching a teacher. So I spent time in juvie a little bit it was a fun, that was weird. It's a weird childhood, but that's just the way it was back in the day. Setting dumpsters on fire, stealing fire extinguishers. And
yeah, you one crazy motherfucker.
It's fun to steal a fire extinguisher, go down to the bay, stick the nozzle in the water, or spray it.
Again, you one crazy motherfucker.
Or dive under the water as far as you go with it and let it loose. It'll propel you too if you're underwater, just like a jet. It's fun. I want to do that now. We used to go to apartment buildings and like climb the fences and go swimming in the middle of the night in their pools.
Oh, look who's back. Back again.
Yo,
Wild Heart is back. Tell some men.
No, I want a woman.
No, you don't. You want a man.
No, I don't.
You need a man.
Yeah, you do.
Or you need a woman like a man.
Well, yeah.
Yep.
Hey, Fixie, are you available?
No, she's not.
Pixie is too nice anyway. She doesn't have what it takes to keep with you into shape.
Yeah. And everybody say, find well, he's a nice girl and he's a nice girl. I don't know. Well, I don't want to put a nice girl in that position to deal with that shit.
Yeah, I don't want a nice girl.
You need a bossy girl.
Yeah.
Somebody could tell somebody what to do.
Believe it or not, I actually married an alcoholic. He's just been sober for very, very many years now.
Right on.
You give him strength, that's why.
No, that's something you got to do all by yourself.
I know, but people can give you strength as well.
I had to learn not to enable him and clean up everything.
So yeah, Wild Heart. If you want someone like Pixie, get sober.
Yeah, I want someone like Pixie. Like Pixie.
Did you say you want white Pixie? I'm confused. What?
Like.
Oh,
Pixie. Like Pixie.
I don't know. Have y'all? I don't think you've ever seen me really angry. You've seen me frustrated, you've seen me exasperated, but I don't think any of you have ever seen me like truly angry. You may change your mind.
No, she's really easy to talk to though.
Go ahead. Unleash the tiger in you.
I want someone who's really easy to talk to.
Pixie, unleash the tiger in you.
No, I'm okay right now.
You're so adorable.
Way to make me feel like I'm like 10.
Sorry. I'm not trying to infantilize you. I'm just saying.
It's okay. It probably just felt that way because earlier I got a call and they were asking if my mom was home again.
Wow. Little girl, is your mother home? I am the mother. Oh shit, sorry.
No, I don't say that anymore. I just tell them no. They're like, do you know when she's gonna be home? And I'm like, I don't know. And then they stop calling me. I don't know.
That's funny.
Are we all ready for a karaoke? 3 hours in.
Oh.
Okay, you need to
It wasn't a genuine question. I'm gonna do it anyway.
Oh, are you doing?
It's Toy Soldiers again.
Again?
Yeah. It's a great song.
It's a good song.
From my childhood.
But no, hang on. I heard the perfect song for you. It's from Eminem. Step by step, we're like toy soldiers.
That's the
Do
song.
it.
Oh, it's in the background, right?
Oh, there we go.
First step, heart to heart, left, right, left, we all fall down like toy soldiers. It wasn't my intention to mislead you. It never should have been this way. What can I say? It's true, I did extend the invitation. I never knew how long you'd stay. When you hear temptation call, it's your heart that takes the fall. Won't you come out and play with me? Step by step, heart to heart, left, right, left, we all fall down like toy soldiers. Inch by inch, torn apart, we never win, but the battle wages on. Toy soldiers. It's getting too hard to wake up in the morning. My head is spinning constantly. How can it be? How could I be so found with this addiction? If it don't stop, the next is gonna be me. Only emptiness remains. It all replaces all the pain. Won't you come out and play with me? Step by step, heart to heart, left, right, left, we all fall down like toy soldiers. Inch by inch, torn apart, we never win, but the battle wages on. Toy soldiers never win. Never win. Only emptiness remains. It replaces all the pain. Step by step and play with me. Step by step, heart to heart, left, right, left. fall down like top soldiers. Inch by inch, torn apart, we never win, but the battle wages on. It's always soldiers. Step by step, heart to heart, left, right, left, we all fall down. It's always soldiers. Inch by inch, torn apart, never win, but the battle wages on. It's always soldiers.
Easy there, karaoke. Easy there now.
Oh, we lost.
All right, so now
we
we're
lost,
going.
we lost midnight. Who can I argue with? I'm in a fighting
No,
mood
I'm
now.
gonna do a karaoke now.
Oh yeah, you do. Go for it.
Then we argue. Let me see. Dang. I'll try this one.
Cool.
Yikes. Mike and
Oh,
cough
nice.
up real quick.
Vocal home. Yes. Good choice.
Ah, okay. I'm all congested and shit. All right, here we go. Sip of tea. Me with no booze and $1.50 in the bank. We skip the laugh and then go. Turn cartwheels across the floor. I was feeling kind of seasick, but the crowd called out for more. The room was humming harder as the ceiling flew away. When we called down for another drink, the waiter brought a tray, and so it was that later, as the miller told his tale, that her face at first just ghostly turned a wider shade of pale. Yikes. Harder than I thought. He said there is no reason, and the truth is plain to see. But I wander through my playing cards, would not let her be. One of 16, that's the day. Would leave him for the cold. And although my eyes were open, they might as well been closed.
That's
As the miller told me to say, that a face that first is ghostly turned a wider shade of pale. Still going, Jesus Christ. Might be the wrong song. Oh, it's gonna be the high party. Get your help. And so it was later, as the miller told his tale, that her face at first was ghostly, turned a wider shade of pale. That's a tough one. Right.
That was very good.
Oh, it's just us now.
Oh,
now you
no.
gotta find duet songs.
God damn it, Pixie, I want you
Cool.
to sing a song. Pixie, I want you to sing a song.
You gotta find one we can all do together.
Yeah,
I
yeah. Do one to end the show. Do one.
I don't know if there's a song we all know.
Oh, what's a popular song you know that is easy? You might know it.
I don't know what songs are popular.
It's got to be a Beatles song, hasn't it?
All right. No.
Beatles.
I don't know their songs. I mean, I know bits and pieces of some of their songs, but I don't know their songs.
Boy George.
Oh, yeah, Chameleon. Everyone's got to know Chameleon.
You know that one?
Yeah, come.
What is that song?
Chameleon.
Yeah, I don't know it.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh, George.
See, you guys sing. You guys sing a song, and I will continue working.
All right, we said two names there, right? Boy George. Who's gonna do Boy George?
Boy George. Go on.
Who's gonna do it? You gonna do it?
Chameleon.
You gonna do it?
Yeah, I'll do it.
Cool. I'll try to find a Boy George song too. Why not?
Come, chameleon.
Come and go.
Come and go. Chameleon.
When I was a kid and my mom tried to hit me, she get pissed off because I was running around the house like, do you really want to hurt me?
No.
Do you really want to make me cry?
That's a great song as well.
Yeah.
Queen. It's got to be a Queen song.
You can do Queen?
Queen.
As long as it's gay.
Yeah, very gay. What's the gayest Queen song you can think of? We'll do that one.
Oh, the gayest Queen song is oh, that one. I want to be free. I want to be free.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one. Don't
need
you.
Oh, this is going to be.
You see the video for that? I want to break free.
Yeah.
His the other, I think it's the drummer or the guitarist, man. He looks just like a chick. They all just look like chicks, and he looks like a chick, like just like a chick, man.
Well, doing the hooping and the yeah.
I think even Freddie Mercury said he's jealous of him because he looks more like a female than he does. So
yeah. Right. That one. I'm gonna stand up for this. I want to break free. I want to break free. I want to break free from your life. You're so self-satisfied. I don't need you. I've got to break free. God knows I want to break free. I've fallen in love. I've fallen in love for the first time. This time I know it's for real. I've fallen in love. God knows I've fallen in love. But it's true. Yeah, I can't get over the way I love you like I do. But I have to be sure when I walk out that door. Oh, how I want to break free. Oh, how I want to break free. Oh, how I want to break free. Bam, bam, bam. Bam, 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 But life still goes on. I can't get used to living without you by my side. I don't wanna live alone. Hey, God knows, got to make it on my own. Baby, can't you see? I've got to break free. I've got to break free. I've got to break free. Yeah, I want. I want to break free. I want to break free. Right, that is the end, ladies and gentlemen, of my unless zombies.
Oh, you do a double?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a tough one, dude.
I want to get all the players. Headache slowly shining, slowly taken, and silence causing silence. Who are we
mistaken? But you see, it's not me, it's not my family. In your head, they are fighting with their tails and their bombs and their bombs and their guns in your head, they are fighting. In your head, zombie, what's in your head? In your head, zombie, hey, oh, Mother's breaking, heart is taking over. When the violence causes silence, we must be mistaken. It's the same old theme since 1916. In your head, they're still fighting with their tanks and their bombs and their bombs and their guns. In your head, in your head,
In your head.
It's hard to sing this one because I always have the remake in my head. Who did
Who
the
made
cover?
that?
They were supposed to do it with her, but she passed away shortly before they recorded and everything.
Yeah.
Who is it? And why can't I think of their name? Hold on.
Okay.
Now that's gonna drive me crazy and I have to look it up. It's more of a rock version though.
Oh, cool.
I can't believe y'all haven't heard it.
Mm-mm.
It's not Limp Bizkit, is it?
No, hold on.
Is it the one? I know it.
It's dang
No.
it. Because I can think of titles of their other songs too.
Yeah. Zombie.
Bad Wolves.
That's it. Yeah, Bad Wolf. Yeah.
I liked Disturbed's cover of A Sound of Music too.
Yeah, that's great.
I meant Sound of Silence. I don't know what I said before.
Oh, Sound of Silence. That's okay.
Sorry. Platitudes.
Oh, that's cool. Is that other version?
Yours is next.
Yeah.
Another head hangs low. And the violence causes
silence. We mistaken.
But
you see, it's not me, it's not my family. In your head, they are fighting with their tanks and their bombs and their bombs and their drones. In your head, they are crying.
What's in your head?
In your head, zombie, zombie, zombie. What's in your head? In your head, zombie, zombie, zombie. Oh. Y'all are supposed to sing with me.
I'm not familiar with this one.
When the violence causes silence, we must be mistaken. It's the same old theme in 2018. In your head, they're still fighting with their tanks and their bombs and their guns and their drones. In your head, they are dying. In your head.
Zombie, zombie, zombie.
What's in your head? In your head, zombie, zombie, zombie.
Yeah, you bet your ass I The same old thing.
In your head, they are dying.
What's in your head? In your head, zombie, zombie, zombie. What's in your head? In your head, zombie, zombie, zombie.
Cool.
A song I knew. I don't know. I listen to a lot of I listen to a little bit of everything, but I probably listen to a lot of punk and rock and metal. So.
I listened to a lot of alternative rock and reggae, I think, when I was a kid, mostly.
Pixie and PJ, can I get a little gushy on you?
What?
Can you get a little? I want to gush all over Plastic Jesus and Pixie.
You want to what?
I want to gush all over you. Just thanks for joining the streams and stuff.
Oh, no problem, dude. Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, of course.
Oh yeah, I never done this one before, and we just had the Boy George challenge, but you dropped out of it, so let me try it. Boy George challenge.
Now do it.
Yep, gotta do it. Had a tape when I was a kid. Can't be that hard. Oh yeah, this part. Yikes. Give me time to realize my crime. Let me love and steal. I have danced inside our eyes. How can I be real? Do you really want to hurt me? Do you really want to make me cry? Precious kisses, words that burn me. Lovers never ask you why. In my heart the fire's burning. Choose my color, find a star. Precious people always tell me that's a step too far. Do you really want to hurt me? Do you really want to make me cry? Do you really want to hurt me? Do you really want to make me cry? Words are few I have spoken. I can waste 1,000 years wrapped in sour words unspoken. Come inside and catch my tears. You've been talking, but believe if it's true, you do not know. This boy loves without reason. I'm prepared to let you go. If it's love you want from me, then take it away. Every day's not what you see. It's over again. Do you really want to hurt me? Do you really want to make me cry? Do you really want to hurt me? Do you really want to make me cry? Do you really want to hurt me? Do you really want to make me cry? Do you really want to hurt me? Do you really want to make me cry? Do you really want to hurt me? Do you really want to make me cry? Did it.
I recognized it after you started singing it.
Yikes. I haven't done that before. I've always liked Boy George. I had, it's shit.
It's good. It's good.
Mm-hmm.
Good stuff.
I remember when I was a kid, I was at a swap meet buying his latest album. It was like after he had that long, period of not making one with the Crying Game on, I think it was. And I was getting the album, and it was weird because I bought the album, and I was getting out of the store, the swap meet, and I hear people talking. I haven't seen the album about how Boy George got arrested for cocaine. I'm like, oh, cool. Coincidence. Yeah. Let me try some of that cocaine. You want to know this, Dewey? You ever see that movie? Dewey Cox?
No.
Oh, it's hilarious, man. It's fucking funny. It's like they get what's that guy? I hurt myself today. Johnny Cash, the blind guy, the black blind guy, Ray Charles.
Stevie Wonder.
No, Ray Charles.
Ray Charles. Yeah.
All the Richie Valens. They get all those fucking stars that died, right? And they fucking they do a movie about it and make fun of it. It's fucking weird. It's funny as shit though, you know, because it's pretty much mocking that type of people, you know. Because yeah, you gotta check it out. That one comedy song that Catherine and I do, that "Let's Do It," the nasty song, you know, it's like that's from that movie. Like, you ever hear that song "Walk Hard"?
I'm not sure.
You know what's cool about that movie is the name of the movie is Walk Hard, the story of Dewey Cox. But it's all music, and that one actor that plays Dewey Cox, I can't remember his name, but he has that real distinct voice. He's kind of like, you know, he talks like a nerd a little bit, you know. Brothers, you know, I'm talking about him, that guy, kind of nerdy. How you doing? He plays Dewey Cox. And he sings every fucking song there himself. That guy could fucking sing, man. You can check it out. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll share that. Let's go.
I'll do the next karaoke. I'll do the Walking Hard if I can. I try. I don't remember the lyrics, but I can try.
You just triggered something in me.
Oh yeah, what's that?
Walk of Life. Dire Straits.
Oh yeah, I did the walk. Did the walk of
life.
Hey, little Johnny, do. That one, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool song.
We'll do that one.
Cool. Let's see if I can find that Walk Hard one.
Here comes Johnny singing oldies, goldies. Babe up a little, baby, what I say. Here comes Johnny singing, I got a woman down in the zone trying to make it pay. You got the action, you got the motion. Oh yeah, the boy can play. Dedication, devotion, turning all the night time into the day. You hear the song about the night. You hear the walk. The walk of life, yeah, the walk of life. Whoa, whoa. Here comes Johnny, so going away. And me now, baby, what I do. Here comes Johnny with the power and the glory. Baby, he got the action, he got the motion. Oh yeah, the boy can play. Dedication, devotion, turning all the night time into the day. I know about the morning. You do something about the night. You do the walk. The walk of life. Yeah, the walk of life. Woohoo! Whoa! Here comes Johnny singing, oldies, goldies. Give up a little, baby, what I say. Here comes Johnny singing that I got a woman down in the sun trying to make it pay. He got the action, he got the motion. Oh yeah, boy can play. Dedication, devotion, turning all night time into the day. Whoa. If anyone missed that, Smoke Sense is live.
Right on, man. Right on. What happened? Smoke you?
Smoky Sense is live.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, if anyone wants to catch that.
Yeah.
It came up with the
He's going
notification.
to say the same old thing, right?
Yes, he is. You do know what?
Yeah, I found that song, but I don't know if I could do it.
Do it.
All right, I'll give it a shot. I don't know how. Oh, fuck it. I'll do it. Shit. That was improvised, right?
Oh, I've got a phone call. Do it quick. Hello? Yeah, I'm fine, thanks. All right, cool. I'll come down. I need some tea. Hello, goddammit, Pixar is saying hello to you on the internet. I think. Pixar, she's nice. Yeah, all right. I'll be down in a bit. All right, love you. Bye.
You got to grab your tea, your dinner.
Yeah, my dinner.
Nice.
Curry and rice and garlic bread for me.
Oh,
Give
right
your
on, man.
mom a big hug.
Right, yeah.
So I'll be right back. You do.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, do the song.
You want me to wait till you come back, or just? Oh wait, this is the right one. Nope, wrong one.
I'll wait till you get it. Bot inside chat. Bot user.
Oh, let me see. This is it. There it is.
Yeah, I should be back by the time you end the song. Take
Cool.
it away, DJ. Cool.
All right, I'll give it a shot. Let's see. Get myself into on this one. Oh, wait. Yikes, my bad. Okay. Try that again. Walk hard down life's rocky road. Walk bold, hard. That's my creed. That's my code. I've been scorned and slandered and ridiculed too. Had to struggle every day my whole life. Seen my share of the worst that this world can give. But I still got a dream in that burning race to live. Walk hard, when they say you're all done. Walk bold, hard, though they say you're not the one. Even if you've been told time and time again that you're always going to lose and you're never going to win, you got to keep that vision in your mind's eye when you're standing top of a mountain high. You know, when I was a boy, folks used to say to me, slow down, Dewey. Don't walk so hard. And I used to tell them, life's a race, and I'm in it to win it. And I'll walk as damn hard as I please. How do I walk, boys? When I meet my maker my dying day. Gonna look him in the eye and by God I'll say, I gave my word and my word was good. I took it in the face and I walked as hard as I could. Walk hard, walk hard, walk hard, walk hard. That's enough of that.
I don't think I've ever heard that song before.
Oh, I recommend watching the movie. It's pretty funny. Yeah, it's hilarious. So he does a lot of songs in there actually made it to the radio. They're that good. That one was on the radio for here and there. A couple other ones were in there from that movie. And it's I forgot that guy's name again, the actor.
I do not know.
What's his name? Oh, John C. Reilly. You know that one, right?
No.
Oh no. Oh.
I mean, I might if I saw a picture of him or something, but like just hearing the name, I don't know it.
Like Step Brothers, that movie with Will Ferrell and him. I haven't seen it. I've
Okay.
parts of it. Yeah, that guy. Yeah, with the pudgy nose, the curly hair.
Yeah.
Yeah, him. He actually plays the main character and he sings all the songs in there himself. Pretty good, pretty talented guy.
It's weird. Like I can name bands that nobody's ever heard of, but like all these bands that are popular, and I'm like, who's that? Wait, do what? And 9 times out of 10, like I've heard their music, I just didn't attribute it to them because I don't know them.
Yeah, I have to go. I have to vote. Like when I think of the karaoke thing, it's hard to find a song, off an album or there was popular songs in karaoke. It'd be cool to. I know they have software to make that way because there's songs out there that I would like to do that nobody knows about, or good old classics that aren't out there at karaoke. You have to stick to the popular ones and all the radio plays and. I always try to look for the fun or weird ones. I like karaoke challenges. I'll find a song I've never done and try it.
There's this one really, really mellow band that I like to put on before I go to sleep. Nobody's ever heard of them. Their name is Pinback.
Pinback. Nope. I don't think I heard of them.
I know. Nobody ever has. I think like their most upbeat song ever is Concrete Seconds, and that's not even very upbeat.
What are they called again? The Pinback?
Pinback. Just Pinback. They have interesting lyrics.
Check them out. I think just there's a lot of obscure reggae back in the day, like a lot of reggae, so people don't know who I can't think of their names, right now. There's so many of them, everybody knows, a lot of people know like of course Bob Marley. Then when they get into like Peter Tosh, and then they get into like there's Dennis Brown, there's Yikes, Mikey Dread. There's tons of things, cool songs that nobody heard of, because just in that little area, I guess. Tons of. I used to go down to the Tower Records and just grab a reggae album, take it back, spin it. If I like it, I keep it. If I don't, I'll take it back and grab another one and go from there.
Yeah. I don't know. I listen to a lot of music. There's a lot of music I miss out on too. I don't know.
There's a lot I missed out because it's like Brojo, you, and like like heavy metal songs or the heavier rock stuff. I really don't know too much about. Metallica and AC/DC is like where it stopped for me. It's kind of like there. It's about the edge, as hard as it gets. Little Guns N' Roses,
really?
maybe. Yeah.
So you don't know any like Atreyu or Volbeat? You should look into Volbeat. They're newer, but they have like an old school throwback in their feel.
What are they called?
Volbeat, Volbeat.
Cool. Got them saved too.
But I like a lot of older music too. Like I liked Blind Melon, like No Rain.
Oh, that's a good one. Yeah, that's like the 90s, right? It's like 90.
Yeah, but I liked before that too. Like My dad, I grew up because of my dad. I grew up listening to like a lot of like ZZ Top and Led Zeppelin.
Oh, okay.
And
yeah, like the classic rock at that time was classic rock.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Eagles and CCR and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I kind of grew up. That was always there. Yeah, that's good.
My
good
mom
music.
listened to more like Tom Petty, or that chick that she likes but drives me crazy. I don't like her very much. What was her name? Donna Summers. I didn't care.
Donna Summer.
But I liked
on the radio.
Okay, that one was okay. But my mom has this other song by her that she plays a lot, and now I hate that song. I hate that song.
Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. It's real peppy, like real weird, like kind of like real.
I don't even remember. It just drove me nuts. I think it's like "Soldier of Love" or something. I don't know. It drove me nuts.
Okay.
But
I do like a lot of old school R&B music. I grew up from that. So.
I liked Joan Jett.
Oh yeah.
Joan Jett. And Stevie Nicks, and she listened to a lot of Heart. She liked
good.
Heart and Chicago and what is it? BTO. She liked BTO.
Oh, Bachman Turner Overdrive and ELO, Electric Light Orchestra is pretty cool.
And then my dad would listen to like Tommy and the Shondells.
Okay. Cool.
Like Dragging the Line and Crimson and Clover, and whoever did Rock On. He liked that song.
Aerosmith. Rock On. Do. That one?
No, the that one's good. But the it's Blue Jeans, Fair Queen, Prettiest Girl I Ever Seen. Is that Aerosmith?
No.
No, I was gonna say it's before
Baby Queen, prettiest girl I've ever seen. I think that was like almost a one-hit wonder. I remember the video on MTV.
An old song. Yeah.
Guy would like.
And then my mom liked all the like Walk Like an Egyptian and The Heights and all that stuff. So like Cher, she loved Cher and Elvis and the Beatles. I don't know. So I have a wide variety, I guess.
Cool.
And Christian music, my God, she loved Amy Grant.
I remember Amy Grant. She had that one hit back in the day.
Yeah. What was it now?
She had two. One came with Windows 95. She had a song that came with Windows 95, I think. I remember that one. Let me see.
Anyway, my mum is cool. She's given me cheese. She's given me chicken and curry.
Cool.
And she's given me a bottle pop. And she gave me a dessert as well. And she told my brother, this is the most cool thing. She told my brother, because I can't get drugs off my drug dealer, she told my brother to ask about for other drug dealers for me to get me drugs off.
That's enabling.
How cool is that, Mum?
That is definitely enabling, yes.
Yeah.
That's a good mom for a crime boss family.
Yeah. She's asked me, Mum, because I can't get drugs off me normal drug dealer. She stopped doing drugs.
Have you tried seeing maybe a physician and telling them that you know I seem to function better on this? What do you recommend, or can you prescribe this? You know, and take it as prescribed maybe.
No.
You abuse it.
It's amphetamines. Yeah, they don't do that with amphetamines.
Well, I mean, there's a certain variety of type of drug that mimic that, right? Amphetamine.
I'm not sure.
I want to check it. I don't know. Because, I mean, if it's a mental issue and it makes you feel better and it puts you in a better spot, you believe you function better, then the doctor might prescribe you something close to that to make you function. I mean, I see doctors out here prescribe all kinds of shit to people, man. They pile it on. If you're into that, I'm not.
Yeah, that could work.
I forgot I was looking for it. I'm trying this goofy one. Like a circus. But Pinky never wants to function right.
I should point out that my mum is only trying to get me drugs because she knows it's better than me than whiskey.
Mm.
Yeah, she knows it's going to be one or the other. So,
What are you drinking today?
yeah.
Ah, yeah. Lucky dog, you man.
Yeah,
I might get a bottle by Friday. Yeah, I'll probably get a bottle of vodka by Friday.
it's going to be one or the other. So she'd rather me have drugs than whiskey. What's going on?
Oh, mother knows best. See, recognize this one. Where's number 8 there? If I get it right the first time. Smoke weed every day. Hey, 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 hey.
Oh, that's creepy. Bojo just added me to his happy chat.
He what?
Bojo just added me to his happy chat.
Oh, right on.
On this new account. So,
You're special again.
Yeah, you're still watching. Cheers. Thanks a lot.
You got another one of those Russian bots on the side there. I don't know if you caught that or not. If you want to block them from stream,
I can't get to my own channel.
you can block them straight from StreamYard. Just go to the dot on the side of his name here and hit block user for straight from StreamYard, and it'll block it directly to YouTube. Yeah, I hate those fuckers. They're always showing up. And I noticed if you block it from StreamYard, those usually don't show up again. There'll be a different name, but yeah, it works pretty well from StreamYard.
Well, I think I've done that. Yeah. Go.
Russian Chinese. Wait, nope. Nope. I forgot how to do that shit.
What?
Oh, there it is. Better practice that one, huh?
I'm going to eat my dinner. I'll be back. If no one is live in an hour or two, I'll be back. I'm going to eat my dinner.
Right on. Yeah, go for it.
All right. Cheers. Thanks, PJ. Thanks, Pizza.
Thank you.
Been great. Cheers.
All right, bye.